have to take back off those garbage bags off the cameras. And then here, man, good find them. Report them to the boss. Remember the bar tell them have to come off of the cameras. Don't tell the PTZs. Tell happy for me so that we could do that. I mean, what about the one over by Savon? No, that's why I just mentioning it to you so that you don't. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I tell Savon to check out our camera. Sav, the camera.
Yes, we're back here at the Arnisville playing field to continue the West Indies Women's T20 blaze. And we had some exciting game today. Windwards versus Guyana, the defending champions. And they show why they are champions. Then we had a 2:30 game between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. And Leeward Islands came out victors in that game. Now we have Trinidad and Barbados tonight here at Arnisville. To continue commentary with me tonight is Stacey and Adams and Alanson Cruikshank. But with me starting this commentary is Stacey and Adams. How are you doing tonight?
Good night, Kesrick. Hello, everyone. I'm doing fine. It's been a very exciting day's play of cricket so far. One thing that's coming to the fore, though, is how important playing the situation is in these tournaments. You see in teams so far who has had a good start, good partnerships, and then just throw it away. So Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that they can put a good score on the board. And of course, Barbados will be hoping that they'll be able to chase successfully, as no team has been able to do that just yet in today's proceedings.
Yeah, we look at the games today, and I just want to reflect quickly about the game between Guyana and the Windward Islands. Windward Islands started pretty well, bowling well to the power play and to the middle phase. And I find those games, the Windward Island team could have been a little bit better in terms of execution. As you mentioned, they should have really walked away with that victory when you talk to others who watched the game today. But, you know, they did not do that. But what I like about Guyana, they showed the reason why they are champions. They came back this year. They bowled pretty well in the second innings, and they won that game. Also to the Leeward Islands. But we don't want to drift too much from this game, because the teams that are playing today, I will allow Stacey to let you know who are the teams that are participating tonight and who are the players.
Yeah, so for Trinidad and Tobago, you have skipper Karishma Ramarak, she's back. Amrita Ramtahal, Brianna Haricharan, Brittany Cooper, Nadia Mohammed, Kabina Alexander, Janaba Joseph, Leon Kirby, Amelia Khan, Samara Ramnath, and the much talked about leg spinner Shreya Jairam, just 15 years old. Can't wait to see her in action later on.
We saw her last year. We're glad that the skipper is back, Ramnarak, and she played for Trinidad for a while now and is playing for West Indies. She was injured, so she couldn't play in that game, in that tournament last year, but she's back now. So she's one of those persons that we're looking forward to really carry forward Trinidad. They have the ever so glowing Brittany Cooper, who played for West Indies for a number of years. She's still here. So she's one of those persons who will guide these youngsters in this tournament that could possibly help Trinidad to win this tournament this year. But the Barbados team, I want Stacey as well to let us know what the Barbados team is.
Yeah, I see Nigel come about with ball in hand. So after this delivery, barring no action, I'll give you that shortly.
Yeah, starting with a spin is Barbados.
Yeah, so skipper Alia Aline is back. Trishan Holder, Asabi Calendar, Shanika Bruce, Alison Gordon, Ebony Brathwaite, Tiani Herbert Mayers, Shambilia Connell, Nijani Komabach, who's about to bowl her second delivery. Nicely played, getting on top of that one. Janaba Joseph, opener, along with Karishma Ramarak. So some surprises already by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, we're seeing a few players for Barbados that is back in the team and in the 11.
Yeah, so just to conclude, you have Keelia Elliott. She'll be very important in this bowling lineup for Barbados. And Shakira Selman is also making a comeback for Barbados.
Yeah, really a good lineup for Barbados. Not a lot of surprise names because we saw a few of them last year in the tournament. But who we didn't see is Double A. Alia Aling, she's back, and the skipper. Obviously, Barbados is missing two of their main players in Dotting and Matthews. But there's still a strong lineup. If this team can actually execute their plans, they can be a team to really look out for, a force to reckon with Barbados. Good to see Shakira Selman is back in the lineup. Someone that we have seen for years for Barbados and for the West Indies team. So she would be one that you have to look out for in this in this team. Yeah, short delivery. This could go out to the fielder at deep mid wicket. Just bouncing, just sliding away from her a bit. Yeah, easy work for Trinidad. A little bit of aggression to start with, Stacey.
Yeah, skipper Karishma Ramarak. That's the way she plays. The only left-hander from my memory in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup. Perhaps that's why Barbados has decided to open the bowling with Nijani Kamabach. And she's not going to hang around Karishma. She's going to play her shots.
Yeah, we haven't seen this from Trinidad last year. When we look at the team that Trinidad had last year, the batters at the top never really seems to kind of maximize the power play. So with Ramnarak in the top, in the team as the skipper, we are expecting her to probably maximize the power play as much as possible. Yeah, giving that one a bit of air, but just going away from Ramnarak. A dot to finish. As the score is 3 without loss. Yeah, the Barbados looking a strong unit. Every year they turn up to this West Indies women T20 blaze with a strong unit. Last year they didn't seem to really execute their plans in the way that they really wanted to. This year they are back with even a stronger unit because they are missing some of their key players. Mentioned earlier, Dottin is not here. She's off in the women's IPL. Also to Matthews, just coming back from injury. And Henry as well, from Jamaica. She's not here. And I mentioned Henry. I also remember that 100 that she scored last year in the tournament. Got everybody in the come box on their feet. Electrify innings that was. Yeah, full toss, hit back to the bowler. Straight through her hands, will take a single.
Yeah, return catch put down by Alison Gordon. Opening the bowling. Just reaching for it was Janaba Joseph and just hitting it back to Gordon who put it down. So, and all the chance goes down by Barbados. But both of the teams have been bolstered by their key players coming back. Ramarak, who was key for Trinidad and Tobago. Previous years, she's back with ball in hand, and you see her at the top of the innings, and Alia Alin, skipper for Barbados, with bat and ball. Both teams have a healthy mix of youth and experience, so should be a cracking contest.
Yeah, and that's what is most important in these tournaments. You want to have your older players in the setup. Yeah, this one straying a bit too straight. Ramnarak did not wait. Latch on to that one. First boundary.
Yeah, straying in line there. Alison Gordon perhaps not correcting her line now that she's facing up to the left-handed batter. Just straying on the line of the leg stump. And Karishma Ramarak, I mentioned that she's not going to hang around. She's going to play her shot. So the first 4 well executed by Karishma Ramarak.
It's something that we noticed with Gordon, even since the last tournament, that she's able to swing the ball back into the left-hander. But also she have to remember there's no fine leg. That feel on the leg side, deep square leg is Shakira Selman. So with that ball that is moving into Ramarak, she have to pitch it outside the line of the off stump, maybe 5th stump, or probably on that 3rd stump. Anything that is coming down on the line of the middle and leg stump, it's definitely an easy swing for any batter. Executed well from Karishma. Yeah, there you see it again, straying. Can't get too straight. Out to the fielder, just a single.
Yeah, the delivery before that one is where she needed to be. Where the field is set, there's a slip in place, there's cover. protection on the offside boundary, but just a bit too straight so far to the left-handed batter.
Yeah, they need to be spot on here, Barbados, because yeah, you can see that nice little away movement from Gordon. But I mentioned they need to be careful because we are seeing a little bit more movement here from Trinidad. They're looking to score, looking to turn it around. The end of the over, just a single to end that over. Not a lot of damage done, but 10 without loss.
Yeah, it's a packed calendar for the West Indies women, of course. This is the start. After this, West Indies women, they'll have that series versus Sri Lanka in the Caribbean. The Australia women will also be touring the Caribbean. They also have a Tri-Nation series, Ireland versus Pakistan in Ireland. And then the big one, the T20 World Cup in June, July. So this tournament is so very important to just dotting your I's and crossing your T's, as you say. Kesrick?
Yeah, you definitely want to do that because the fact that World Cup is around the corner, it will be good to have that bunch of players playing together, understanding each other. So when that bell rings, you have your team understand, and trust me, Kamabash understands her job. Picking up wickets in the early dawns. First wicket for Barbados.
Yeah, full and straight. And that one went through her. Janaba Joseph looking to take that one downtown. A bit of pad on the way through to the stumps. And Barbados first strike in the power play. So a really good move having Nigel Kamabash open the bowling for Barbados. Paying dividends here for them so far.
Yeah, Joseph have to go. She's gone for 3. The score is now 10-1. Yeah, first blow for Barbados. As Samara Ramnath walks to the crease. Yeah, it's always puts you behind the 8 ball whenever you lose early wickets in the power play. Saw the scores today, both games. No team get past 110. Low scoring game, but what did the trick was a spin bowling. So we're gonna see the difference here tonight because same surface, but obviously that due factor the lights, so it may operate differently.
Yeah, Ramnath off the mark right away. It's good to see her getting an opportunity in the top. Skipper for the West Indies under-19 team. You'll see her later on with ball in hand, bowls off spin and leg spin. So a very talented youngster getting a chance at number 3. Last year she wasn't needing much with the bat, but lower down. So a chance to get an early knock and some runs on the board for young Ramnath.
Yeah, played a very important role with ball. This time short, getting it over cover though. Should the gap. Yeah, would get 2. Yeah, it got a little bit close there, you know, Stacey. Only if the bowler had taken it cleanly. Kamabash.
Yeah, she looked to have been struggling there, Ramnath. But a direct hit would have definitely had her. They managed to get 2. It'd be very important for skipper Ramarak to hang around, being that left-handed batter at the top for Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah,
short again over the field at short mid-wicket. just a single. What I like about Ramnat being that batting at the top now is the fact that she's the under 19 captain. This is only going to do well for her confidence. And we saw last year that she's that type of player. As long as she keeps doing well, she continue to improve. And then she just gets stronger as the tournament progresses. Early in the tournament last year when she bowled off spin, we had a little bit of a doubt. But when she started bowling and she started to pick up wickets, we start to see the reason why she was West Indies on the 19 captain. But that's the end of the over. Dot to finish. The score is now 14-1. It is so important as well, Stacey, when you have young batters and you're giving them opportunities at the top and they take it with both hands. She's now batting with a West Indies player in Karishma. That is only going to do well for her confidence. Yeah, that inward movement. If she stays there, I think she would be fine. And if it's one thing that I've realized, even in the Windward Island female tournament, the seam position with these females is just outstanding. Yeah, that inward movement, finding the edge. Is it gone? I can't believe it, Stacey. Easy catch. Three fielders converging and falling between all three.
Yeah, Ramarak has been toying with the fielders. You saw in the last over, she hit a few that just narrowly missed the fielders. That time, a top edge. Three fielders converging, bowler, Keelia, Elliott, and the keeper, which really, it should have been the keeper's catch.
Yeah, the keeper got a bit of a hand to it as well.
Just went through her glove, Trisha and Holder. So an opportunity gone a begging.
Yeah, this one just passed into the legs of the keeper. Yeah, it should have been a catch, Stacey. I mean, there's no way that you're not getting to that. Usually these things do happen. Fine tree, sometimes two fielders going for a ball and lack of communication. This would have really put a dent into Trinidad batting because you would have lost two batters within the power play for just 15 runs. Knowing that Karishma is the main batter at the top, that one that has to really score for the team. Yeah, nicely off the pads. This could be trouble. She's home safe.
Yeah, you get a lot of that from Trinidad and Tobago. They usually run well between the wickets. You go back to that first game, that game that Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago played last year. Trinidad and Tobago victorious in the end. They ran well between the wickets, particularly that partnership between Brittany Cooper and Rachel Vincent, which really took Barbados out of the game. So they'll definitely need more of that.
Yeah, this time short and wide. Hitting it over the fielders. And they're looking for two. Coming back sharply. Yeah, good running from Ramnat.
Yeah, timing not quite there yet for Ramnat. Just evading the fielders. That one just over the head of Shamilia Connell, running back to collect it. But what she's looking to do is utilize the power play, looking to go up and over the infield. So far, the power and the timing has not been there.
Something we have been accustomed to now, or we have come accustomed to with the Trinidad players. Got a lot of strength, good technique. They can time the ball, but not that real brute power that you look for. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Good technique, good high elbow, just punching it out to cover. Dot to finish. The score is now 18-1. Earlier we were looking at the Barbados lineup. And we're looking at the amount of pace bowlers that they have in their team. Definitely gonna see at least 3 fast bowlers today. We're seeing one now in Connell. Senior player for the Barbados team and played for the West Indies as well. She's with ball now in hand. Packs a bit of pace. With the World Cup around the corner, who knows?
It's predominantly operates on that shorter length Connell. Recently, I've seen efforts to get it fuller, and that's commendable. Also seen efforts to bowl that slower delivery. So some modernization in her game will only bode well for her. Out of favor currently with West Indies. But as you mentioned, a packed calendar this year, first half of the year. Good tournament here, and as you said, who knows?
Definitely going to need your strongest team to participate in that World Cup. The Men's World Cup is around the corner as well. The West Indies team will be traveling to Dubai pretty soon. Brendan King has been named captain of that side. Short and wide. Punching his Ramnat. Wouldn't get to the boundary. But it's the placement that I like. She was on top of the bounce, hitting it through the gap. And that is what you will see at this level. Looking at the Windward Island tournament, we find a lot of the players that were playing in that tournament wasn't really finding the gap as much. They were hitting the ball nicely, but hitting it straight to the fielders. But this is a different level, a different quality of players. So you would expect, you get too straight, you will be played on the leg side. Anything too short, these females work it through the mid wicket, or they can also hit it through the offside with a punch.
Yeah, dot ball percentage has definitely been a problem in these tournaments. Last year, we remember counting a number of dot balls. The tournament has already started that way. I recall Windward Islands today, they notched up 70 dot balls. And I'm pretty sure if we go and we check the other teams and the amount of dot balls that they have faced, it would be right up there, close to. So, picking the gaps, getting the singles, getting off strike rotation is so important in these tournaments. You're not getting the boundaries. The next best thing is to find the gap and get a single.
Yeah, 70 dot balls is detrimental to any team, Stacey. I could remember playing for St. Vincent, and the coach at that time was Nixon McLean, and he asked one of the youngsters in the squad who was training at that time, how much dot balls you think a team should bat in a T20. Yeah, getting a little bit too straight that time. Connell would continue after misfield by Gordon, giving away an extra single, 2 runs. But as I was saying, Stacey, and the youngster told him 50 in a T20. And Nixon McLean make every single player run 50 singles. He said that's too much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would have been upset, Nixon McLean. 50 dot balls.
Yeah, it's the end of the over. Yeah, the score is now 23-1.
Yeah, 5 overs gone, 23-1, Trinidad and Tobago. Ramnath, 5 off 7. Karishma Ramarak, who opened the batting today, she's 14 off 15. I'm now joined by Alanson Cruikshank. Good night to you, Alanson. Nice to have you here.
Yes, good night to you, Stacey, and good night to all our viewers across the Caribbean and worldwide, no doubt, especially in the diaspora. This traditional rivalry between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Not about flying fish, but about cricket in this case.
Yeah, speaking about rivalry, the recent history is in favor of Trinidad and Tobago. In the last 4 encounters, Trinidad and Tobago victorious 3 times, Barbados once. So Alia Aline, skipper, back for Barbados. Certainly will be bolstered by her return with bat and ball. Starts with a good one to Ramnath.
Yes, I think the Barbados team will be disappointed in their showing in the last tournament. They did have a good all-round team, but didn't really go all the way as they probably would have liked to. Seem to have a bit more depth in this competition. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, looking for quick singles, these two. Not able to get it away, but it's all about roles and responsibilities. And you know you have the likes of Brittany Cooper to come. Perhaps she's someone that the coach is looking at to maybe perhaps finish an innings. And you have someone like Ramnath, you'll be hoping that every ball she faces, she's able to get a single, get off strike at least. It's one a bit too straight. She tucks that one off her hips. So that's what they'll be hoping from her. Yeah. It's the last over of the power play as well. 4 balls remaining. 3, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, she does seem to have a bit of flair, Ramnath. Not the strongest player, but does have a good idea about batting. Extra flourish on that flick off the hip. It's interesting, as mentioned earlier, that she's a very young player. So they are investing in her by giving her the opportunity to bat so early in the innings, which is something that I like to see. We, of course, know of all the players within the tournament who have traditionally done well, but we are also looking to see new talent emerge. So this is an interesting move by Trinidad and Tobago, and we'll see how it goes for them throughout the tournament.
Healthy edge, and that should run away for a much needed boundary off the blade of Karishma Ramarak.
It's interesting. I remember looking at one of the earlier games today, and there was a slip in place by the Leeward Islands for a good bit of their innings. But it's interesting to see that in these tournaments that the slips are removed quite early, if they are placed at all. And when you're looking at the scoring rate, it's not rapid, so it's not as if they're being put under a lot of pressure. So it's good. It's a good idea to keep attacking and looking to take wickets.
Yeah, what's also interesting with that line, deep third is a short third there in the circle. So you know that's always easy runs to get once it's an edge flying past the keeper. Now they've decided to put in a slip, Selman, right away in that slip cordon.
I would also push back the third if I were the skipper and bring in the point, bring in the sweeper.
Hacking that one across the line, Karishma Ramarak. Not able to get enough bat on it to get it past the fielder. And it's interesting that you mentioned that. I believe that they can put more pressure on Ramarak. Yes, she's looking to get after the bowling, but she hasn't connected very well to say, push back deep fielders in the cover or mid-on and mid-off. So I agree with you. Perhaps bring that fielder in and push back deep third for protection.
Yeah, and we are also going with the line that we are seeing being bowled. Yes, the sweeper may come into play, and as soon as we see it now, we see that change being implemented. But they have kept out the deep point, so she has to make sure that she's very much on the off-stump line. Do not want to go straight and give her an easy glance down to fine leg.
And it's been good bowling so far, apart from that edge that went for a boundary. At the end of the power play, though, Barbados women have restricted Trinidad and Tobago to 28 for 1.
Yes, 28 for 1, just over 4 runs and over, 4.67 runs and over. And it's not a rapid start, but I think the presence of Ramarak there still looms large for the Barbados team. They had the opportunity to remove her earlier, where 3 fielders converged to a top edge that she got just on the offside there. So she will be mindful of that, Ramarak. I know that her role seems to have been to go hard in the power play. But now, as a skipper, she'll want to bat very deep now into the innings to see if she can marshal her troops and guide the type of score that they post here this evening.
Yeah, we're in the middle phase now, over 7 to 15. So important as well. We'll get back to that as Connell gets in. Hits it a bit uppishly. And manages to survive Ramnath. It's interesting that now that the fielders are back, she's making an effort to hit it up and over the top. Yeah,
it may not necessarily be a function of the field, but maybe it might be that now she feels a little bit more comfortable at the wicket. But yeah, you did allude to that in your point that, you know, while the field was up, it may have been the better time to try to maximize the power play.
Gives herself room. 1 bounce to Tiani Herbert Mears on the deep third boundary. But still looking to get at the bowlers, Karishma Ramara. Execution just not there quite yet.
Yeah, you're looking at her. She's tugging across the ball quite a lot. Even when she wants to hit through the offside, she's doing so with more of a horizontal bat. So she's not really presenting the full face.
That's a really good delivery. Excellent there from Shamilia Connell.
Yes, a nice delivery, just on the wrong off stump, lifting. Floating with it a bit, Ramnath. Almost look as if she wanted to give the wicket keeper some catching practice.
Tried to be straighter, but just straight in line and wide called.
So having a look at the field now, you see the restrictions are gone. So there's a square leg, a deep fine leg, deep third, and a sweeper.
Yeah, and one of the things I mentioned at the start of this over is the middle phase, over 7 to 15. Yes, the bonus point system is in place for this competition. I remind the viewers later on exactly how you can accumulate bonus points. But this phase of the game, a lot of teams are in the way they approach it. Alanson, not able to get boundaries away and also hit a lot of balls to fielders. And we see that they've started just that way, Trinidad and Tobago. So not able to get the ball away for boundaries and still not able to pick up singles, which as a result, perhaps that's why we have so many dot deliveries in the tournament.
Yeah, and looking at Hector, sorry, get back to that just now. Yes, at Ramnath, she's looking to get the ball on the offside for the single. However, the field is quite well placed. Saw her finding the field at point and the field at extra cover twice in that over. Also missing a few outside the off stump. It may serve her a little bit better to just try to get behind the line just a bit more and to drop it just in front of her and to get a single. Her percentages will increase if she tries that approach.
Yeah, 31 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. Trinidad and Tobago looking for some impetus in this innings. Barbados, I think they'll be the happier team at this point in time. Yes, they haven't picked up wickets in a flurry, but they are restricting the run rate, keeping the run rate in check. So a change of bowling. Tiani Herbert Mears. Another off spinner, and this is good. This is good. This is the point that you mentioned, Alanson. Just nudge it and run if you're not able to get it away. It's pointless to hit it straight to a fielder in the circle with power, and it's a dot delivery. So a good start by Ramarak.
Herbert Miller, featured in the last tournament, was very effective in the middle overs. Tall bowler, gets some bounce from the pitch, and does turn the ball as well.
We mentioned the number of paces that they have in the attack. Nicely driven there by Ramnath, but just for one. Yeah, we mentioned the amount of paces that they have in the attack. They have a healthy mix of spinners as well. Kelia Elliott is yet to bowl. She's the leg spinner that they have in the attack, Barbados. So Nigel Cumberbatch early on, and now Tiani Herbert Mills with ball in hand. So a good mix in their bowling attack, Barbados. Looking to take it on. This time she connects it. Goes over the head of Connell, but just plugs. They're looking for two, but it's not on. So just the one.
Yeah, unfortunate day for Ramarak. It was a lovely shot over the offside. Just didn't skip on. Once it pitched.
Looking to go big. Just lands in front of Asabi Kalinda. They managed to get one. So they are looking now to put the foot down, Trinidad and Tobago. Trying to pick up some boundaries. If those two shots are any indication of that.
Yeah, I'm seeing the intent, which is good, but they have to be very careful here with the execution as well. I don't think Ramnath has a lot of strength or power. And she may still be well served to just find the gaps along the ground.
Looking to give herself some room to launch it over Connell's head, but much straighter line there by Herbert. So Ramarak had to pull out of it. Uses her feet. Is this going, gone? Yes, gone. So Nigel Cumberbatch takes a simple catch on the boundary, and Ramarak fights come to an end.
Yes, and it goes back to something that I was saying a little bit earlier. If you look at the way she's looking to go down the ground, the top hand isn't as dominant in the shot as it should be. I think just a little change in that technique would have given her the few meters that she needed to clear Cumberbatch at long on. She's still very bottom hand dominant, so it's still a bit of a tug, while that delivery was right there in the slot to go down the ground. And if she had kept her top hand, which is in her case as a left hander, is her right hand, that elbow just through that follow through a little bit longer, I'm sure she would have gotten the contact required.
Yeah,
but it's also very good bowling from Mears, from Herbert Mears. Just seemed to slow it down just a little bit. So in order to get to it, Ramarak had to advance to the pitch. Didn't quite get to the pitch, which you don't necessarily need to do if you're going to loft it, but could see there that her timing wasn't as what was required, as we have the new batter coming to the crease. Brittany Cooper, a veteran this level, and also international level as well.
Yeah, Brittany Cooper, a wicket that's very important in this match. As I mentioned, the recent history between these two teams, the last 4 games, Brittany Cooper was a leading run scorer for Trinidad and Tobago with 92 runs. So she is definitely an important wicket. And nice gap finding there by Ramnath to start the over. So more of that is required from the youngster.
Well, Stacey, you are a recent player. Did you have a particular team that you just preferred playing against? You just seem to do better against that team as opposed to others?
Yeah, Jamaica for sure. I liked playing against Jamaica. I think their bowling was so similar to what we had, so it was a lot easier to just go out there and be free against them. But my highest score came against Trinidad and Tobago, a team that had a lot of spinners, and spin I wasn't the best at playing spin, I'll admit, but for some reason in that innings, I was able to. So wide there by skipper Alia Alin, who has changed ends.
I'm going to put you on
Alia
the
Alin.
spot and ask you how much was that highest score against Trinidad and Tobago?
It was 56.
That's a good score. That's a good score. Keswick is our co-commentator, so I'm going to ask him if he has any half centuries at
I'm sure even if he doesn't, he'll say that he does, as Brittany Cooper gets off the mark, nicely walked into the onside.
Yes, any half centuries at the regional level. He's saying he has made hundreds. We're not talking about local cricket. So Trinidad and Tobago, as you mentioned, 38 for 2 in the 9th over. So a bit becalmed, and the aggressor has been dismissed.
Yeah, with the experience that Brittany Cooper brings, I think Barbados will be hoping to get that wicket early. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, they'll want a partnership here between these two. So important that Ramnath, who already has a star 10 of 19, continues to push on, and Brittany Cooper could perhaps provide that much needed impetus for Trinidad and Tobago.
She looks so lovely at the wicket, Ramnath, but just mean she needs to work a lot now on finding the gaps. She does play some gorgeous looking shots. Has to do a little bit of work in terms of the movement and manipulation of the wrist to find those gaps. I think she has probably robbed herself due to lack of placement of about 10 runs so far since I've been looking here.
Trying to take that one down tongue, not able to connect properly. So another dot delivery. It's a good over so far from Alia Alin.
It's an important time for the experience of Brittany Cooper to come to the wicket, maybe to have a word with the youngster. She seems extremely frustrated based on the way she's playing those last few deliveries. Ramnath, 10 from 21, she would know she's under pressure, striking at less than 50 per 100 balls.
Yeah, and that was on the cards. Ramnath looking to go. You mentioned it. Perhaps Cooper could have had a word with her. This time, straight to that fielder, Ebony Brathwaite, who takes an easy catch. And another one goes down. Last ball of the over as well.
Yeah, you could see it coming. You could see it coming. She looked very uncomfortable. She really wanted to get going, but just not happening for her at the time. And looking to force a delivery that wasn't really a bad delivery. Probably would have been better to play it defensively, just on the offside in the gap to see if she could have gotten a single. But it's very disappointing, I think, in the end for Ramnath. I think she will learn from this experience as well, having opened the batting in this game. And I'm hoping that the senior players will have a word with her between this game and the next in terms of how to go about her innings, trying to avoid getting stuck at the crease, and helping that scoreboard to tick along. As the new batter who comes to replace her at the wicket is number 22, Harry Charan. She did play in the last tournament as well, Brianna.
Yeah, so how about Mayors to continue? Brianna Harry Charan, new batter. And as you mentioned, a lot to work with for young Ramnath. Unfortunately, her job is done with the bat. And long levers of Brittany Cooper, who gets an edge, should before will challenge the boundary, just gets there. So really needed that boundary, Trinidad and Tobago, coming off the bat of Brittany Cooper.
Yeah, there's a bit of width offered there by Herbert Mills, and also the fullness in length. She does slow the delivery up a bit, in trying to tempt that aggressive shot from Cooper, which did come, but healthy edge, not a very thin one to the keeper. And the 4 runs was the result.
Yeah, nice flight from Tiani Hobart. Mayer's quite accurate as well. So certainly a reliable bowler for Barbados.
It's a slightly different off spinner to what you have seen from Cummings, from Corbash. Johnny, who's a lot flatter, faster.
Yeah, quick single taken.
Yes, Corbash was a lot quicker, a lot faster. She was given a new ball as well, so it may have been something that she adjusted herself to, dealing with the new ball, so not really giving as much flight. But if I could recall from when she played last year as well, she did bowl flatter. While Mayers tends to give the ball a lot more air and varies her pace a bit more as well.
Yeah, that one, just an inexact line there from Herbert Mayers, should be called wide. No, in fact, it's by. It's a bit too close to be called a wide. I think they are working with those 2 lines there. That's very close to the stump. And once it's inside that, it should not be called a wide. Looking for a quick single. Well done there by Brittany Cooper and Brianna Haricharan.
And that now is, as we come to the end of the over, is an object lesson for young Ramnath. That is what you wanted to be doing, which is to be dropping the ball and to look for the singles. At the end of 10 overs, Trinidad and Tobago women, they are 45-3. We'll be back after the players take drinks to continue this innings. Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field, where we have our 3rd fixture on the opening day of the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze competition. Trinidad and Tobago taking on Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago women, they are 45-3. As Aline continues to Cooper, driving So they feel that extra cover on the run is scored. And with me, Alan Cruikshank, in the commentary box is Keswick Williams. Good night again, Keswick.
Yeah, good night to you, Alan. Kind of want to pick you up on a conversation that you had earlier regarding a little bit of batting. Still need a little bit of proof that our co-commentator Stacey scoring at 56. We need to pull the stats out. Still hearing it was 56, it was 59. But we need to find the stats, Alanson.
I think we could find it. Must be available. Perhaps on Crickingful. Aline. Nice delivery outside the off stump. She's inviting that drive. Maybe a good case to put back the field at slip. And since she's maintaining that off stump line again, put the third on the boundary. Put a deep third in.
Yeah, with the amount of paces that they're playing, Alanson, knowing that Trinidad are players that don't really hit the ball down the ground well. They are that type of team that look to hit the ball through point and down third man using the pace of bowlers. So I would say probably a third man is always important to have.
We saw the shot being attempted a few times from the previous batter, Ramnath. She didn't connect. Was looking to just get the ball just wide of the keeper down to the third man area. And we have already seen a boundary or two scored in that vicinity in the inning as Harry Charan comes on strike. And there's a wide down the leg side from Aline.
Yeah, slight movement. If you can look at that replay again, I love her action. She runs in nicely. Yeah, that's slight inward movement from AA. Yeah, I like the way how she runs up. Nice, strong action. And you could see the effort at the delivery stage. Nice, strong action, Alanson, and runs through the crease as well. Good follow through.
Good delivery there. Defended by Harry Charan. He seems to be a very athletic individual. Bounces up to the crease in the hop. Seems to be quite fit and fast over the ground.
She's running off that CG United sign that's down there. So that's a good way. Almost running off that 30-yard circle.
Making sure that she makes use of her run-up. As he overcomes to an end, Trinidad and Tobago women, they are 46 for 3. Ramnath has been dismissed for 21. Ramnath as well for 10. Cooper is still there. She's on 8 off 9. And Harry Charan is yet to score. Aline so far with figures of 3 overs, 1 for 9. Excellent figures from the skipper for Barbados.
Yeah, missing the tournament last year, but she's back and she's back with a bang. And she seems to be that type of bowler that always picks up wickets, and she's doing that for her team, leading from the front.
Yes, one of the other wicket takers comes back to bowl. That's Kamabash, 2 overs, 1 for 7. The other wicket taker being Herbert Mayers. So those 3 account for the 3 wickets that have fallen so far for Trinidad and Tobago. Bowling from this end for the first time, Kamabash, in this game. Slight changes in personnel in the field. There's a sweeper cover. Field at lawn. There's a deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Those are the 4 who are out of the circle. There's a short third, a shortish mid wicket that is a bit straight. Mid on, extra cover, and a backward point. Driven firmly by Cooper. This one should challenge the boundary. Fielder is after it. She's quite quick. But just misses it when she goes down there to try to cut it off. It was touch and go. But always a challenge to pull anything back on this side of the field, because you would know from feeling here.
Yeah, dexterity on show from Cooper. You could see her opening that face, knowing that the feeler at point is just in front. So she's trying to get it behind point. So opening that face nicely, trying to get it behind point. A really good shot from her.
Flatter response there. Flatter and quicker from Cumberbatch. Feeler Elliott will be disappointed with that effort. She did get there, but just missed it with her hands to pull it back from the boundary. Again, looking to play that one just behind square, just using the pace. Was thinking of two, but decided against it in the end. But you could see that that's the tactic, as you alluded to there, for Cooper. She's looking to use the pace of the spinners. There's no one behind square on the offside, except the backward point.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we become accustomed to with Brittany Cooper. She is that type of batter. Really good technique. Hits the ball down the ground. She sweeps the ball. She cuts the ball. And then those fine dings that she has. But I just feel like she can score a bit faster. And that, I think, is the issue with her in the Trinidad team. She do bat long. She carried the Trinidad team, but I just feel like she can improve that strike rate a bit more to help the Trinidad team to get to better scores.
So when it's turned just to the fielder, comes off the boundary at backward square leg, does a feeling, Gordon. So Harry Charan, she's off the map. Yes, you're speaking of Cooper. It's the end of the over. It's 53 now for 3, Trinidad and Tobago. After 12 overs. You mentioned Cooper, and I think one of the things that we saw from her in the last tournament that she got stuck quite often at the beginning of her innings and had to catch up at the end. So it might be just useful for her to show a bit more intent in the first 10 or so deliveries that she faces. It may not necessarily be to be looking to hit boundaries, but just getting off strike. Try to be 10 off 10.
Yeah, and that in itself will help the Trinidad and Tobago team, because she's that batter in the middle that you need to carry your team. But she's always doing a bit of catch up in the end. And sometimes cause her to lose a wicket. So what she need to do is try to improve that strike rate. So in the end, it would be a lot easier for her.
As you mentioned, that there's a change in bowling. And there's a quick single. It was missed by the wicketkeeper holder. And Cooper, well done by her. She was alert to it. Called her and through for that single. Seems to have been a bye. Yes, Cooper was off and running immediately. The danger end was the opposite end. And amidst all of that, there was a bowling change. Colin has been reintroduced to the bowling, replacing her skipper at that end. This one should be a leg by. Wait for the signal from umpire. No, seemed to have been some contact with the bat. So umpire Abbott, no signal from her. Selman on the screen. Interesting to see her playing for Barbados this year. Thought she would have been in the commentary box as Keswick.
Yeah, saved the seat for her. Normally in the com box is Shakira Selman, but just a thing or two that we always say to her in the com box is that we still think that she's one of those players that she retired a little bit too early. Still think that she have a lot to offer to Barbados cricket. The knowledge that she possesses to give to the youngsters, and she have widened her understanding with the game, being a commentator as well. So that in itself will just open up her mind a bit more to share with the youngsters, being in a come box with someone like the likes of Ian Bishop, Samuel Badri, Nikhil Uttam Chandani, and share the box with also guys who came in to do commentary from Pakistan, from New Zealand, India, and those places. So the wealth of knowledge that she possesses now, it would be better that she be playing and these younger folks be hearing a lot from her.
It's 2 consecutive slow deliveries there from Connell. Actually saw it's not, you wouldn't say that it's the most this guy's or the best this guy's slow delivery, but it does get a bit of bounce, a little bit of extra pop off the surface. She's a tall, strong bowler.
Yeah, slow balls it's not that easy to bowl, but with her height, yeah, you would get that bit of a bounce, and that inward movement again from her. Yeah, just a single. So this is something I've realized with a lot of the female cricketers, even from the Windward Island tournament. The seam position is just amazing. The inward movement, the away movement, is all because of the seam position from these females. But it's the end of the over. Yeah, the score is now 56 for 3.
So with 7 overs remaining, Trinidad and Tobago, they're going at 4.31 on over. The score, the current scoring rate gets them to just over 80. How far do you see them getting in the next 7 overs, Keswick?
Yeah, well, the projected score now is 86. We watched 2 games today, and those 2 games didn't pass 110. So it's a change of bowling now. It's Elliott, a leg spinner that we started to love all year last year. Yeah, that's the dink I was telling you about, and those sweeps from Brittany Cooper.
Would have been interesting if the field had collected cleanly, because it went straight to her. It was a slight fumble. Yes, Elliott got a lot of bounce and a lot of turn last year, especially as the tournament went on and the pitches got a little bit more worn. Seeing some turn there in that delivery, but ooh, I tell you what, a direct hit would have seen the back of Harry Charan. Cooper, I think, is about maybe a 5 miles an hour faster than Harry Charan. She was in quite easily, but it was a struggle from Harry Charan.
Yeah, she was back on her back foot, played it just out to point. Brittany Cooper was ready for the run. Brittany Cooper is always ready. She's always ready, but she needs to understand who she's batting with.
Yes, I was looking for the single. But no need for a run out here. For the Trinidad and Tobago team, Barbados would have other ideas. Full toss, which is pulled into the gap. Should go to the boundary. Does so now, 4 runs. That's a bad delivery from Elliott, and it was dispatched with glee.
Yeah, the thing about Elliott is whenever she gets her bearings right, she hits the mark all the time, but she always serves up this full toss that you can get runs off. And so she needs to get that right. Pulled a few full toss last year, but whenever she gets it right, she can be a handful. Yeah, full toss again, just choking it down the ground. Yeah, good work from Brittany. Already get a 4 and 2 singles. 7 now off the over.
A full delivery, but dipping. Push for a quick single to mid-off. They get there in the end. Seems to be that time of the innings now where everything has to be scored off. So Trinidad and Tobago women, after 14 overs, they're 64 for 3. Cooper is not out, playing a good innings so far on 21 off 18 deliveries. And she's accompanied by Harry Charan, who currently is on 4 off 3.
Yeah, still 6 overs to go in this innings. Projected score is up now to 91. And if Brittany Cooper stays there to the end, they can possibly get over 100.
Well, we have seen 2 scores today defended. One just over 100, 190 odd defended. So Trinidad and Tobago, we think they're in the game once they get maybe just 90 plus. But it still will take some getting from here. They'll have to increase their run rate. And I think they'll be aiming for at least 100 plus. It'd be nice in the tournament to see scores of 120, 130, 140 plus, but I guess probably in the later rounds as everyone gets acclimatized. Combash continues now. Switch off ends again for her final over.
Great deed of turn. Good bounce. See, all effort made to spin the ball. Yeah, this is good. This is really good, Allenson. The bite. They're releasing it from high as well. Is Kamabash. If you could get that replay again, you could see the effort made. Putting a lot of pressure on that front leg and bowling over that front leg. Looking to spin the ball.
Flighted delivery. Rare flighted one from Combash. Tends to be flatter. But that's good that she's mixing her pace up a bit.
The thing what I've noticed is those two first deliveries was in the pitch coming back at Brianna. And she's still trying to hit it through the offside. Why change it?
This one is pulled in the air. Oh my. Look out for that bounce. It's a doozy. And that spin just goes down. It always spins to your right when you're feeling in that position. And she was defeated. So it's a boundary to Harry Charan. I was going to ask you which Brianna because you said she bowled to Brianna, but two Briannas are batting. Well, it's a Brittany and a Brianna, eh?
Yeah, well, it was a good shot. And what I like mostly about that shot, it kept low. But she still get enough bat onto it, getting it into the boundary.
Fuller delivery.
It's a strong appeal. It's a strong appeal. Maria Abad finger is up.
Did she step on her wicket? Was it out hit wicket? Or was it stumped?
Yeah, we still have to have a look.
Hit wicket. Yeah, she was
getting a bit too deep.
Yeah, trotted on her stumps there. Just confirmation from the square leg umpire. Williams just shaking her head to tell Abbott that yes, she was indeed dismissed. So it's an unfortunate way to go. But you have to be mindful of where you are in relation to where the stumps are. As the experienced Leanne Kirby comes out to replace Harry Charan. As we have a look at the replay once more. Yes, just in that moment when she was about to step off.
Yeah, getting a bit too deep in the crease. We have seen a few of that throughout the years. Batters getting too deep. Not realizing how deep they are and step on their stump. But it brings the experienced Kirby to the crease. If they need some quick runs, this is the combination that I think can get them some quick runs. Full of experience, played for West Indies for a couple of years. One of the experienced players in this team. So definitely someone who I think they should have in the team to help bring up the younger players.
Combash to finish her spell. Shot. Oh, and this one. Oh, that's excellent feeling there from Albert Mills. Saying if it had beaten her on that dive, it would have been a short boundary. So that's excellent work there from the fielder at short fine leg. It takes Trinidad and Tobago up to 69 for 4 at the end of 15 overs.
Yeah, immediately get some bat onto it is Kirby. And she's that type of player that likes to feel bat on ball. And I mentioned earlier that if you need some quick runs, this is the pair that you should be counting on to get you that quick runs that you need. My co-commentator that I have to count on for the next 5 overs or so to end the innings is Stacey and Adams. How are you doing? Seems like you were relaxing back a bit there for a while. You're shocked.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, Keswick. Hello to everyone. I'll do my best to be good company to you and the viewers.
Well, you're always good company, Stacey.
Yeah, so how about Mayors?
Yeah, down the ground she goes. It's Leanne Kirby. Not enough button to it. Yeah, they're looking for two. Told you, she's that type of person that likes to feed ball onto the bat. So if you need some quick run, she's definitely going to go for it.
Yeah, exceptional running from Brittany Cooper, who saw that Nijani Komabach was basically rolling on it and pushed for that second run, coming back to the danger end.
Yeah, that's it, Leanne. That's it, Leanne Kirby. So that's the thing that I like about her, is the aggression. She looks to score. So it's someone like a Brittany Cooper who finds the gap easily, rotates the strike. We can see this projected score going up to over 100 now. Yeah, turning that one, and Leanne looking for the single. Yeah, easy work, easy work.
You have your work cut out for you, Leanne Kirby. With Brittany Cooper in the wicket, she is going to run for everything. And I mentioned Brittany Cooper earlier, the leading run scorer in the last 4 games against Barbados. So she is key to Trinidad and Tobago getting up to a challenging total, and Leanne Kirby as well to partner her. And what I will say about Leanne Kirby's introduction, if she goes on to score runs, you go back to that partnership, Brianna Haricharan and Brittany Cooper, 30 runs from 35 balls. She played her role. She did not get at the bowling. I'll continue after this.
This could go big. This could go big, but Selman is under it. Easy catch. Did she take it? Looks like she dropped it in the end. Yeah, that roll, we need some proof, but she's an honest person, so I don't think she claimed it.
Yeah, it was in the air for a long time. She got under it, got in good position, but just spilled it at the last moment. I think perhaps the tumble coming forward and just bounced out of her hands there.
Yeah, drop catch, not something that you would see from a Shakira Selman. Really good feeler if you realize in the back end of the game immediately. She was asked to go to deep mid-wicket because that's the area most of the balls would go. Having a little chat with her skipper. Very good fielder is Shakira Selman. But a good over for Trinidad. Score now is 75 for 4.
Yeah, what I was saying, Keswick, if Leanne Kirby goes on to score at a good run rate here, I was talking about that partnership with Harry Charan and Brittany Cooper. The fact that she delayed the introduction of Leanne Kirby, who probably would have been in earlier and would not have been able to play her role, because this is her role in the team, and you've already seen the intent from Leanne Kirby looking to take on the bowlers. So if she goes on to score some runs, that partnership was definitely valuable to Trinidad and Tobago. But 4 overs remaining, can she bring some much needed impetus to the innings along with Brittany Cooper, Alia Aline and Barbados? I think they'll have different plans in mind.
Yeah, Leanne Kirby is that machine that you need at the crease. And this is the point that you're going to wonder what's going to happen with both batters, because to me it seems like they're running at everything. You don't want to run out at this moment. She came in and you could immediately see the intent to score. Brittany Cooper is there, just hitting this one true mid-wicket. Should get 2. Yeah, good work, good feeling. That's what I told you about Shakira Selman. Very agile in the field. Just a short mid-wicket there. Good to see her back in the team, as I mentioned. And I'm always going to back experience in any team, whether it's male cricket or female cricket. You need that sort of experience. Yeah, this one is hit high, going down the gong, drop again. Yeah, they're living on a line here, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, another drop catch.
Third drop catch of the innings. Leon Kirby put down earlier. Karishma Ramarak was dropped by the keeper. Selman not too long ago putting down Leon Kirby. And now Nigel Cumberbatch. Another one going down.
Yeah, that was a regulation catch, I would say, for someone of our standard. So not looking too well, Barbados in the field. We're not accustomed to that. Yeah, I was telling you about their running. This could be a single now. I'm wondering, Stacey, do you think that they're toying with the field so that they can overthrow? Because I'm not sure. It's always a can I go or can I come back?
I don't think that was intentional. I thought Brittany Cooper, she really wanted the single there, but of course Leon Kirby, she hit it straight to the fielder. She did not see a single there. Luckily for Brittany Cooper, she got the skates on and then there was the bounce over the wicket that allowed them to get that run in the end.
Well, I need to have a conversation with the coach for Barbados tonight because I'm wondering if they're playing somebody that's invincible, because that ball was hit directly to the fielder and she was off.
Yeah, safe to say Brittany Cooper, she wants the strike. She wants to get at the bowling.
Yeah, good slower delivery. The Barbados bowlers, you could see that they understand what they're doing.
Yeah, good execution, good change of pace there by Alia Alin. She recognized that Brittany Cooper is hanging back a bit, waiting on that length. Just bowled a touch fuller and a lot slower as well. It's a really good execution from the experienced Alia Alin.
Yeah, the only thing I would do, deliver wide delivery. The only thing that I would have done different here now as the skipper for Barbados is asking that fine leg to come up and pushing back Selman deep mid-wicket, because it is easy to go in that direction. It's that direction that batters go to when they want to go big. Yeah, straying a bit is Aline.
Yeah, Brittany Cooper is looking for the wide, but wasn't given by umpire Maria Abbott. And we mentioned those two lines very close to the stumps there. That's a guideline for the umpires. And once it's within those two lines, they're probably not going to call. I said probably, because some umpires might go on to call it a wide.
So when I first get to understand that that's a new rule for ICC and for fast bowlers, and just giving a little bit of cushion to fast bowlers now these days, because as we know, the T20 and the T10 cricket is more loved by the batters. That line, Stacey, it is so difficult to get it between.
Yeah, long handle coming out there by Leon Kirby. Gets it to the left of Shamilia Connell, who does well to get down and stop it. A long way down for her. They managed to get two, but as we look out, we see the ground staff just gathering by the covers. Drizzle in the air. We're hoping that that stays away.
Yeah, it's definitely drawing closer. Yeah, how much we hate rain in St. Vincent at this time. Cricket time, that is.
Yeah, cricket always seems to bring rain, Keswick. That's one thing I can't argue with. The farmers, they love cricket. Rain is always around when cricket is in the country. Body line, it's a wide, and they steal a single as well. It's a great run in here by these two, showing their experience and showing their fitness as well, Keswick. Leon Kirby and Brittany Cooper doing a job here for their team, much needed.
Yeah, this is good from both batters. Pretty sure they did a lot of fitness session before they got here, because they have been running for God Almighty. Yeah, full delivery flighted. Just push it down the ground for one.
Yeah, full toss coming out there from Tiani Herbert Mayers. Barbados, they have to be careful. They started well in this game. 2 and a bit overs remaining. They need to finish well, need to restrict Trinidad and Tobago under 100. This one is slammed across the leg side, but a well set field. Selman is there. Keep it 2-1.
Yeah, if both batters back to the end, we should see a competitive score. Just remember, both games that played today didn't get over 110. Guyana batting first, only managing to score 89 or 90 or so. And then the game between Leeward Islands and Jamaica. Just 108 for Jamaica. For Leeward Islands, sorry. Yeah, but it's the end of the over. The score is now 79 for 4.
Yes, so Connell to finish off our allotment of overs. The score is actually 87 for 4. Bit of technical difficulties. So just stick with us. We'll try and update you as much as possible. So 87 for 4. And this is the 19th over being bowled.
Yeah, short into the pitch. But a slower delivery, and you must commend Connell the way how she bowled today. To use the surface and some slower balls as well. And with that height, yeah, Brittany Cooper just lining up that mid-wicket region. Trying to get some good baton to it.
Yeah, it's an area that you mentioned you think should be protected, and Brittany Cooper is trying her best to access it. She used the crease laterally at that ball before, but just managed to pick out Selman at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, slower delivery from Connell into the pitch again.
Yeah, she's executed those slower deliveries well tonight, Shamilia Connell. And it's good somebody like her to have that in her game. Someone who tends to hit the deck hard, bowls a shorter length. Is showing that she too can also bowl in the death overs. And what we're seeing here is something we saw in the Windward Islands tournament by all of the teams. In fact, in all of the innings, teams being penalized for slow over rate. We saw that today. Leeward Islands, they were penalized for slow over rate. It did not come back to haunt them. Barbados as well, now being penalized for slow over rate. So now they're only allowed 3 fielders out of the 25-yard circle.
Yeah, slower delivery again by Connell. Just a single. So she's doing a fine job, even though she really have to bowl with just 3 fielders outside.
And she's an experienced player. The 3 fielders that she's elected to have outside, long on, long off, and someone at deep square leg should be bowling to her field.
You would more think that she may have that deep mid-wicket instead of deep square leg. Yeah, but it's the end of the over. The score is now 89 for 4. 1 over to go. Shakira Selman is with ball in hand. But when you really look at the game and how it's been set up, the way how Barbados bowl, you must admire the way they bowl, especially the fast bowlers using the pitch, the slower balls, especially from the skipper and Connell. The spin bowlers wasn't bad either, but just think that in my estimation, they were a little bit too full. Probably could have used the pitch a little bit more as well. The pace was good because most of the times the batters have to put the pace on the ball. So there was nothing given to them.
Salman with ball in hand flew all the way here from Barbados, Kesrick. She's bowling spin. 1 over to her in this innings. She tosses one up and she's bowled Leon Kirby. So introduction of Shakira Salman, bowling spin, has picked up the wicket of Leon Kirby extremely slow. Leon Kirby was waiting for it for an eternity. She's having a laugh.
Yeah, definitely. Probably one of the slowest of spin that you will see throughout this tournament, but it's the experience, understanding who she's bowling to first delivery, back in the Barbados setup. Just picked up the wicket of the dangerous Leon Kirby. And that's what I mentioned with the spinners, especially in this tournament. So far, what we have seen this morning from both teams that bowl spin. Yeah, slow again into the pitch this time, just hitting it out to deep mid-wicket. Gone doing chase. Yeah, just 2.
Yeah, good technique there from the young lady, deep in her crease, so able to access it and manage to pick up 2. Amelia Khan, a new batter.
Yeah, just 5 deliveries to go in this innings, and yeah, slow again into the pitch, pulling it out to deep square leg. I'm wondering if she's going to do the same thing to Brittany Cooper, who is more experienced and can use her feet well and hit the ball down the ground. Both players played for West Indies around the same time.
We've seen what Khan has done so far. She's waited on it deep in the crease and accessed the square leg area. Brittany Cooper does something similar. Gets it a bit straighter and they rush back for 2. Should be close. Not out, says the umpire. So really good running from the youngster Amelia Khan.
Yeah, good backup from her. She was ready to run because she understands what she needs to do now. Every run counts.
2 balls remaining. Can they get to 100 runs? Show that those 3 figures will be in the back of their mind.
Yeah, flight, a lot of air. Not enough baton to it, Brittany Cooper, but would get 2. Look like they're dealing in doubles here. Probably would have thought that would have gone for 6. Yeah, with a batter of Brittany caliber, you would expect that would have been in the boundary. Probably hitting that Disani board out there. Again, Brittany hitting it straight to mid-wicket. Skipper out there in Aline. Just a single. Yeah, you would expect, as I mentioned, a bowler, a batter, of Brittany Cooper caliber to chip down the wicket and hit those balls over the top for 6. But Trinidad just making 97. Yeah, well done by Barbados. They came out, they bowled pretty well through the power play. They controlled things through that middle of second phase of the game and finished pretty well. What do you think about that, Stacey?
Yeah, in the end, they managed to get to somewhat of a competitive total. You'll say that because they have a number of spinners in their attack. And we've seen over the years that spin has been somewhat of an Achilles heel for Barbados. They'll be hoping that is put to right tonight. But 97, something to work with. We've seen also that the spin had a stronger hold on the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Did well to fight to get to 97 at one point in time. It looked as if they probably would have gotten around 75 odd or so. So a good fight back from them, but of course, really good showing with the ball. I think the bowling rotation was good from the skipper, Alia Aline, and their pacers were really spot on tonight as well. Shamilia Connell, Alia Aline bowled exceptionally well.
Yeah, what was clinical from them is their pace bowling. Yeah, the way how they use their paces. And they always picked up wickets, and that's the thing about them. They never seem to relax. They always look to pick up wickets. And that's the good thing about Barbados. Yeah, some good catch. They dropped some catches as well, Stacey, and something that we're very surprised of, because Barbados is usually a good feeling team. But I like how they rotate their bowling tonight. Well done by the skipper, Aline.
Yeah, Brittany Cooper, she got going. She's been a thorn in the side of Barbados. Again, putting on a score. Hitting some boundaries. That was a fine shot from her. You mentioned opening the bat face, and Killy Elliott wasn't able to pull it in. It was all her show from here on out. Picking up boundaries off loose deliveries. That one much too full. And Brianna Haricharan, she partnered her, but some ill-disciplined fielding from Barbados, as you mentioned, misfields and a number of drop catches as well. Brianna Haricharan just stepping on her wicket there. A good partnership between her and Brittany Cooper, though. And the last ball to finish things off, to take them to 97. The Barbados, I think, once they prepare well, have good partnerships, should be their game, but we've seen it all here so far in terms of teams who had the game in control and then losing it at the last moment.
Yeah, well, Trinidad and Tobago women 97 for 5 off their 20 overs. I must say, even though it's just 97, what we like this year about Trinidad is the intent to score. You could see an effort being made to score. But Barbados women just needed 98 runs to win this encounter. As we take a break here, we'll be back at the Arnisvale Cricket Stadium to continue the West Indies Women T20 Blaze.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldsville playing field. We did have a slight rain delay, but we have good news that the game has not been reduced. Barbados, they will be in pursuit of a target of 98 runs in 20 overs, and they will have all 20 overs to make those runs at this stage. With me, Alanson Cruikshank, in the commentary box is Miss Stacey Ann Adams. Good night to you, Stacey Ann.
Good night, Alanson. Hello to all the viewers. No rain interruption. Well, we had a rain interruption, but no overs lost. 98 for victory. Trishan Holder, along with appears to be Ebony Brathwaite, young, talented opening batter for Barbados. And as much pace as you'll probably see today from Trinidad, Amrita Ramtahal starts with a short one on the line of the leg stump, and Trishan Holder is off the mark. Ebony Brathwaite, someone you look forward to in this lineup. Someone as well probably has her hands up for that T20 Women World Cup next year, under 19.
So good delivery there from Ramtahal, straight delivery. The line of the stumps. It's a good zone to attack from the medium pacer. Just around that off stump line, just around the top of off stump length. Delivery driven down the ground. Just eludes the fielder there at mid-off. Will be pulled back inside the boundary by Leon Kirby. They have time for two. So that's something that will be noticeable here, that the outfield will be just a bit more sluggish than it was prior to the rain delay. Also, the ball will be a bit wet. So something will be a bit more challenging for the bowlers for Trinidad to get a good grip on it, especially while the ball is new and that lacquer is on. Short delivery, and that is dispatched for 6 runs. She said, it was too short, I'm going to take you out.
And that's the power of young Ebony Brathwaite on show for you. Powerful shot, too short, and just gets in position nicely. Almost going all the way. In fact, it did, didn't it? Yes, I think it went all the way for 6. Spectacular hitting from the young lady.
As we mentioned, at top of off stump line, but that one was too short and also gave us some width. This one punching it powerfully down to the field at mid-on. So she means business here, does Brathwaite.
Yeah, safe to say the youngster has some power, Alanson. Good to see.
Yes, not afraid to go on the attacking, well, to opt for the attacking route. So that would be her job, to go hard in the power play. looking to drive. Very good delivery. I think that is in line and the length that Ramtahal should aim for as the first over comes to an end. After one over, Barbados in pursuit of 98 runs. They are 9 without loss.
Yeah, I mentioned it. Amrita Ramtahal, perhaps only set of pace you really see today. Much better delivery. She's a skinny customer, Brittany Cooper, with the glove behind the sticks. Good take from her. Sunil Sao not playing this match.
So the skipper coming to the bowling crease. Karishma Ramharak opening the bowling and opening the batting for Trinidad and Tobago. Also plays for the West Indies, Ramharak. Two fielders out are deep mid wicket and a long on. Typical field for the off spinner.
Trishan Holder know that she loves pace on the ball. We'll love to see the improvement here from her, facing up to the spinners, a plethora of spinners in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup.
And that's an edge and it's dropped by Cooper. So as a thick edge, seemed to have struck her in the midriff. It was a clear edge on that delivery and it went down.
Yeah, much straighter line from the first delivery from Ramarak. It bounced as well. Trishan Holder just looking to give herself some room and perhaps get it past that first slip, but an edge that caught Brittany Cooper in the chest. She's still rubbing it, but a chance goes down nonetheless.
Yeah, fairly thick edge.
Janaba Joseph there in slip as well, waiting for an edge.
Short again, punching his holder. Doesn't find the gap. Feel it by the player there at extra cover. Brianna Haricharan. This one is a better length. Looking for some turn, it seems Holder was looking for some turn there, but that one just went on with the arm.
You expect that Ramarak, with her experience, will be a dangerous bowler.
Fuller delivery, looking to drive, but straight to the extra cover fielder.
Yeah, so 5 dots in this over so far. Tension is building. Trishan Holder just walking away, looking up to the dressing room. Will the pressure tell?
This one is cut again straight to the extra cover fielder. Time for a single. So that averts the maiden, because it was about to be a maiden there from Ramarak. So 1 over 1 run. Takes the score up now to 10 without loss after the 9 runs coming in the first over. So good over there from the skipper. Just to peg Barbados back slightly.
Yeah, and you look at the bowling lineup of Trinidad and Tobago, a number of slow bowlers. One of the spinners that they are missing in this tournament is Steffi Sugrim, left arm spinner, bowled miserly, quite economically, and will pick up wickets as well. So with
come to her again. This one is shorter. It's in the gap. Should have time for 2 runs. Oh my goodness.
yeah,
That's horrible running.
that really should have been 2 there. Carl should have come early. Both of the batters should have made up their mind quite early, because a lot of work for Ramnath to do, running around from fine leg. Corbin Alexander was after it, but it was always 2. Really should have had 2, but Ebony Brathwaite perhaps liking what she'd seen from Ramtahal. She's already hit a 6 off her. So now she's back on strike.
You can like all what you're seeing if you want, but you're not going to leave runs out there. So really, should have gone for 2 runs.
Yeah, certainly not. And one of the things in that over from Ramarak that Barbados should be aware of is that she is one of the key bowlers, and every over that goes by that she doesn't pick up a wicket, Trinidad and Tobago will feel some pressure.
Excellent delivery there from Ramtahal. So she's getting the ball just to leave the right-hander slightly. That's a much better length than what we saw from her when she was pulled in the previous over.
Yeah, and line as well. The first delivery that should have been was a bit too straight. It's a heavily packed offside field, and Ebony Brathwaite looking to take her to the onside. That is a perfect line and length.
On this pitch chop, Duran firmly down the ground. Should go for the boundary for 4. That's 4 runs. Just lost it for a moment there on that mat that is down at the other end, not the CG United mat, but I think it's that Betcage sports mat.
Yeah, a bit straighter, a bit fuller as well from Ramtahal. And Emily Brathwaite, we mentioned how powerful she is for a young lady. Now a fielding change is in play. Long on goes back. And finally comes in the circle.
Fuller again, but wide this time from Ramtahal. Not a bad option to try to get her to stretch wider away from the offside, but just a bit too wide. Beyond that blue line that is there as a guide for the umpires. It's a Fuller one. She's looking to loft that one over the offside. Should elude the fielder. They have time for 2 runs. She's really going hard at these deliveries. Oh, and there's an overthrow. So an extra run there. So they get 3 off that delivery. A bit of sloppiness there from the Trinidadian fielders.
Yeah, that's spot on there from Ramtahal. That's where she needs to be, and getting that top edge there from Ebony Brathwaite's bat. But no one was in position to catch it. Young Shreya Jairam was after it. And they ended up getting 3 in the end. But you'll say that Ebony Brathwaite is doing her role well. She's taking on the fielders. They're up to 20 already. And that's what you want to see in the power play. Someone to come in and challenge the fielders that are in the circle. A good showing so far from young Ebony Brathwaite.
That hint of a way movement there again from Ramtahal. It's pushing the cover area by Trishan Holder. More orthodox of a player than Holder. Seems to look at the screen a while ago. I think I just saw Anisia Mohammed. Someone who looks very similar to her at least.
Yeah, some innovation there from Trishan Holder. Plays that ramp shot really well, particularly against the Pacers. That time, again, Ramtahal not as quick as some of the Pacers in the competition, but really good execution from Trishan Holder to pick up 2. Good to see those sorts of ingenuity from these players. You don't see a lot of that in West Indies cricket.
It's mistakenly thought that I saw Anisa, but it's actually Nadia Mohammed, number 23. Looking very similar on the screen. So at the end of 3 overs, it's 22 without loss. Holder is on 5 off 10. Brathwaite 15 off 8. Ramarak to continue.
Yeah, and this should be a real test for the young Ebony Brathwaite. Experienced Ramarak, how she goes against her.
fuller delivery. She's beaten outside the off stump. Was looking to go over long off. The mid off is in the circle. It's like a flatter delivery. Had some pace on it. Okay, Ramak will be satisfied with that single for the time being. Not a flighty delivery, well swept, but straight to the fielder there at backward square leg. So I think that Holder, she has timed about 3 or 4 shots straight to the fielder so far. Should be disappointed with that.
Yeah, that was a really good selection, and also the fielders in the circle, all for the taking there, unfortunately. Just not able to beat that backward square leg.
Flighty delivery, little short. Had some bounce, had some turn on it. Dipped. Seemed to, as it came out of the hand, seemed as if it would be a lot fuller than it ended up being. So nice dip on offer there by Ramharak. Got some turn and some bounce as well with the new ball. Flighty delivery, driven firmly again, but straight to mid off. So another dot delivery. That was a half volley, really should have been put away.
Yeah, really should have found the gap there. Found about 8 or so runs that has gone missing in this over from Holder. Just not able to pierce the gap.
Shorter delivery, but it comes in, turns, bit of bounce as well. So cramping her, she was looking to cut. Not the safest shot to play against the off spinner. Would be advised to probably aim anywhere from mid off or extra cover around to the leg side as opposed to trying to go square on the offside. Delivery swept nicely. Should have time for 2 runs, and they get them quite easily in the end. So another 2 to the total takes Barbados up to 23 without loss, and it's the end of over 25 without loss, I should say. Yes, at the end of over number 4, 25 without loss, Barbados.
And that was nice from Trishan Holder, getting in line of the ball and just making sure she did not get the field at that time. She has played some good shots so far, Trishan Holder, just hasn't gotten value for it. Captained the side last year, the young lady Trishan Holder wasn't successful. Barbados last year. This year, some of the pressure is off our shoulders, opening the batting, has played some good shots, hit the fielders. She'll be hoping to push on for her team along with Ebony Brathwaite.
And there's going to be a change in the bowling. So there's a short delivery and it's pulled for 6. There goes Brathwaite. She's on the ground. First delivery from Ramnath, and it was short in the slot to be pulled over the leg side, and Brathwaite obliged.
Yeah, this young lady is strong and she is prolific on anything short, and she is ensuring that it's going all the way. Also, 2 6s so far in her innings. Loving what I'm seeing here so far, taking on the infield.
Maybe she should just ensure that she's a bit fuller on this delivery. Wider, driven firmly. Doesn't beat the fielder there at backward point. What would you do in such a situation, Stacey, if you are bowling some off spin now? Put on your player's hat or your captain's hat. You see a player like Brathwaite going after the bowling. What would be your approach? We could come back to it after this delivery. It's down the track, lovely shot. Doesn't really get all of it in terms of the timing, but the very good intent, using the feet down the track. 2 runs to Brathwaite.
Yeah, and a good selection as well. They are looking to hang it out, outside the off stump. And she decided, you know what, I'm going to challenge that. I'm going to take it over the infield. As you mentioned, wasn't a great connection, but a good selection from Ebony Brathwaite, picking the correct delivery and going with the angle of the delivery.
This one she's pulling again, but should be cut off by the field there, the mid-wicket boundary. So only a single. And you could see there, while she was on strike, there was a little conference after every over, a little meeting. It was causing a bit of headache for the Trinidad and Tobago skipper and the bowlers here. Ebony Brathwaite, she moves on to 25 or only 13 deliveries. Score up to 34 without loss. Brings Hola into strike.
You're asking me what I'll do if I'm bowling off spin. I've never bowled spin in my life, so I'll probably be tossing some up like Shakira Selman in this match. But perhaps maybe just slow it down a touch. And I think she loves to go to the onside. We've seen that. She also has shots to the offside, but perhaps slow it up a bit and try to be on the line of off stump to Ebony Brathwaite.
It's only short and wide and called by umpire Abbott. So
also need to be a touch fuller. Anything short have been punished so far by her. She's hit 2 sixes off of short deliveries.
I think something that they could probably try as well is to bowl slow. Wide outside the off stump, fuller. Push a fielder a bit deeper on the offside. Maybe put out the sweeper. And also someone just behind square. And ask her to try to tug those from that width down the ground. Maybe a deep extra cover and also someone deep just square or behind square on the offside.
And it's a matter of gaining information and knowing the players. You can see the way they're bowling to Trish and Holder. They're cramping her for room. She wants to make room and get it through the offside. So far, they've been spot on to her. Ebony Brathwaite, they've got it all wrong. And she has cashed in so far.
Brathwaite, a no-nonsense batter. So another sweep shot there from Holder. It's time for a single. I don't think there'll be more than that based on the running that I've seen from this pair so far, especially from Brathwaite. And it brings the first 5 overs to an end. At this time, Barbados, they're 36 without loss. They're in pursuit of a target of 98. And so they're going at 7.24 and over. They need the remaining 62 runs from 15 overs. As I welcome Keswick Williams back in the commentary box. Good evening to you, Keswick.
Good evening to you, Alanson. Nice going, I would say, from Barbados. Nice going from Barbados. Both batters at the crease. Love the intent to score. I like the fact that they're rotating the strike as well, and the bad deliveries, they're being punished.
So on is short again in that area, but a single to Holder, punching it through the offside.
Looking at both batters, want to stick a pin on Trishan Holder. Saw her last year. She was given the opportunity to captain the team. Absence of Haley Matthews and Alia Aline, who is now the captain this year. She didn't really score a lot of runs, but looking at her at the crease, her approach to scoring, her technique, hitting the ball down the ground, being able to cut the ball off the stump, trying to open up that offside, that little dink and the sweep, the paddles that we have seen from her in this game. We saw it last year, but didn't really get into the scorer's column. I'm hoping this year she make that transition into not scoring to scoring heavy.
This one is hit high in the air. Doesn't carry all the way out to feel out there. Leanne Kirby. And there's time for Brathwaite to get a single. Takes her up now to 26. Score up to 38 without loss.
Yeah, she's definitely the aggressor. I like the fact that she's hitting the ball whenever it's there to be hit. While Chishan, on the other hand, looks to rotate the strike. That one getting a bit of extra bounce from the skipper from Trinidad in Karishma. So both batters really are helping each other. One is rotating the strike and the one is actually looking to hit boundaries.
Fuller delivery. Quick single taken. Alexander cannot really prevent the single there at mid-off. So good work there from Holder. And good response from her batting partner, Brathwaite.
Yeah, they're definitely complementing each other, these two batters at the crease. Both played at the under 19 level for Barbados and now that transition up to the senior level. It's the end of the over now. Over number 6. Score is 39 without loss.
So Barbados definitely in the pole position so far in the innings. They are looking to get to 98 and they have not lost a wicket just yet. After the power play they got to 39. They have gotten to 39 without loss. Scoring rate of 6.5 and over. And the required scoring rate before ball was bowled was below 5 runs and over, so they are well ahead of that. Something that they have to be mindful of. No, it's not the season for a lot of rain, but as mentioned by some of my co-commentators, it just tend to rain when you get cricket. And so they would want to be ahead of the par score, which is easy for them if they keep wickets in hand. Because you know the par score escalates very quickly once you lose a wicket or two. As Mohammed comes into the bowling. Straight delivery. Nadia Mohammed.
Usually looking at Trinidad and Tobago cricket, there have been a lot of changes the last couple of years or so in terms of their bowling, packed with a lot of spin. Giving herself a bit of room, trying to access that offside. That's the type of player she is. So you will definitely see a lot of spin from Trinidad and Tobago, and here and there that medium bowlers. Not like Barbados when they would play 4 or so fast bowlers. Probably got chicked today by Shakira Selman bowling that off spinning in the last over.
It's a good shot there from Holder. It will threaten the boundary. It gets there now, punching the gap just to the right of the field at mid-off Kirby. And it's a good looking boundary to Holder.
Yeah, after hitting a few balls to the fielders, giving herself a bit of room. They're bisecting both fielder. That field at extra cover and Kirby down that mid-off. Yeah, no chance for her. Yeah, finding the gap nicely after being hitting it to fielders, firmly to them. She's really playing that role of being able to playing that second fiddle to Brathwaite.
Slight adjustment to the field. Kirby goes back to long off. Slow delivery. Seems to be almost out of the back of the hand. Interesting action from Mohammed.
Yeah, something new. It's good to see her in the team this year. Yeah, it's her first time playing Didn't see her last year in the tournament, but it's always good to see someone new. Looks a bit like Anisha Muhammad, but this is nice. This is really good from her. We're seeing a lot of work from her. Dexterity on show. And this is what you want to see. Our co-commentator mentioned it before. It's not something that you would usually see from players in the Caribbean. But from her, she's doing it nicely. That ramp, that scoop.
She's bold, looking to be cute again down through the offside, looking to play square of the wicket. And she has been bowled here, dismissed by Nadia Mohammed. That's the end of Trish and Holder's innings. Trinidad and Tobago take their first wicket. Barbados women, they are now 45 for 1 at the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, is it one too much? Trisha Holder, she was looking to play it, you know. She was looking to do that ramp, and in the middle of the shot sort of change her mind, exposing her off stump. If she had used the full face of the bat, then she probably would have found an edge. But giving herself a bit of room, looking to play that dink shot again and changing her mind in the middle of it. Look, you can see it, getting in that position and then changing her mind to then run it down to third man, but only could have moved air. Yeah, she has to go, his Holder.
It's a difficult shot to execute as the new batter comes to the crease. Cumberbatch, Johnny Cumberbatch. It's a difficult shot to execute from that straighter delivery. You know, almost hitting middle and off that delivery that bowled her. So it's fraught with a lot of danger. She just got a boundary through the extra cover wide mid-off region. That would have been a better place to play that delivery. So I'm sure that she'll be thinking the same thing now in hindsight after being dismissed. So the new bowler is Brianna Haricharan. She replaces our skipper.
And that's a problem last year. She has so much shot that she tried to play every single shot in one game. She's capable of doing that. She really have a good technique. Yeah, trying to flight that one. Missed out, I would say, Bratwit. We usually go hard. They're looking for another one.
Leg by signal by umpire Williams. That was a full toss. Bratwit, eyes I'm sure lit up. Was looking for something big over the onside, but missed it.
Yeah, not the first delivery you want to be bowling, the first ball of your over. Yeah, that was definitely a gift. A gift served on a plate. But guess what? She missed out.
The fielders out are deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, and a sweeper on the offside. Fuller delivery, low appeal, but seemed to be standing outside the leg stump. Interesting action from Brianna. Flattish, quickish leg spin delivery.
Yeah, what is interesting again is a field position, because there was a fielder down at long off, but she asked that fielder to come up at mid off, and then she has deep square leg. More than likely it's a leg spin, so the ball will mostly come to the offside.
Well, she's bowling with a leg spin action, but she hasn't really turned the ball thus far. She's looking as well to bowl it on the leg stump.
This could be close. This could be close. Yes, it is. Yeah, giving me that sort of Samuel Badger feeling. Looking to bowl that leg spin, but it comes out a different way. Doesn't really turn much, but just skids on. Just sort of comes in. Something that Samuel Badger did over the years. And she's showing her the number 77. That's a number that Badger used to use as well. Yeah, dead on, dead on. Yeah, picking up a wicket. Yeah, really good delivery from her.
They did look very comfortable against the spinners, Brathwaite, so that'll be something that she will have to work on in her game. It's a straight delivery. Just looked so uncertain as to whether to be backward or forward. It was a foolish delivery. Would have been better serve coming forward and punching it down the ground. But a wicket to Harry Charan. So the Trinidadian bowlers now, Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, now exerting some pressure on the Barbados team. As the new batter comes out to bat. Uppishly, back to the ball. Oh, there's some confusion here. A stronger throw may have put her in some trouble. The new batter who just came out. Seems that it was Asabi Calendar as the new batter. I think she opened in the last tournament in some of the games. A correct batter. Doesn't have a lot of power, but has a very good technique.
Yeah, that's something that you find with the Barbados players. Their technique is sound. Interesting feel. The skipper is at mid-on, straightish mid-on. Yeah, and it's another wicket. Brianna is doing the job for Trinidad and Tobago. Fuller delivery. I'm telling you, she's giving me that sort of badgy feeling. Looks like she's coming leg spin, but it comes out for the back of the hand, not really giving that full leg spin action. It looks like to me she's just bowling those googlies or trying to just slide it on. Fuller yorked herself. Yeah, and another wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. She has to go without scoring.
Trinidad and Tobago well and truly in the game now. 3 quick wickets, including 2 in this over, but 1 in the previous over. Barbados must be very careful here, because if the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers continue to make inroads, then it would be very difficult for them to get over the line, although they have had such a good start. They don't require 51 from 12.1 overs. The batter comes out to replace Calendar. It's the skipper, Aline. So, Captain, your ship is sinking. Captain, the seas are rough. What are you going to do now, Captain? Full delivery, pulled straight to mid-wicket.
If she had only got an extra bat onto that, she probably feel a bit lucky now that she didn't get enough bat, because it dropped just in front of Ramnath. Yeah, this is a good over for Trinidad. She's sort of bringing it from the side of her hands. So she picked up 2 wickets. It's Harry Charan. Yeah, sort of bringing back Trinidad and Tobago in the game. It is not out of reach now. Just a few tight overs here from Trinidad can probably change things around. Can change the arrow in the direction of Trinidad and Tobago for the next 5 overs or so.
So Kambash, she'll be facing her first delivery. She has seen 2 wickets go down while she was at the opposite end. Mohammed continues. Fuller delivery. Walked through the mid-wicket area for a single. Alexander does the fielding. 48 for 3 Barbados. Another 50 they need from 11.5 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago need to restrict them to less than that. Not a good delivery there from Mohammed. What you're seeing from her is that she's bowling wicket to wicket. Not bowling very quickly, but just varying the pace, just around that middle and off middle and leg. Not giving the batters any room and keeping herself in the game by being wicket to wicket.
Yeah, those 2 wickets as well in the last over would give her a bit of confidence. What will happen? It will put them under some pressure. I'm not sure what's happening, but looks like the bails fell off.
Yeah, that's a ricochet off the keeper.
Ricochet off the keeper. A little bit of excitement, not for long. But yeah, that last 2 wickets in the last over from Brianna only gonna give Trinidad a bit more confidence. So a good over from Nadia Mohammed now. Just wondering if she's have any connection with Anisa Mohammed or Jason Mohammed out of Trinidad. That's a question I'll have to ask after. But that last over really put Trinidad in a good position. But this is a good shot, good placement. Opening the face of the bat and playing it pretty late, Allenson.
Let's feel it there by Janaba Joseph. Not much pace on offer, or it would have gone to the boundary. But using whatever little pace there was a skipper Aline able to get 2. Takes Barbados up to 50 for 3, so it brings up to 54 Barbados in over number 9. Firm drive, running on the shot, so safe single again to Aline. Brings the over to an end. So after 9 overs, Barbados are 51 for 3. They need another 47 from 11 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago would want to restrict them to less than that.
Definitely would like to see Barbados probably, if to win this game, winning it in a comfortable position. If they want to win with a statement. Trinidad, on the other hand, have different plans. Diana Haricharan, someone that is making those plans for Trinidad. She's with ball in hand again.
Again, there's that uncertainty from the batters as to what is happening with the delivery. Haven't seen much turn over from her, just a slight deviation away from them from the pitch. And also she has bowled a faster one that took the wicket of Brathwaite. Just enough mystery there. Good use of the feet by Aline, but doesn't find the gap. No score.
Yeah, she definitely reminds me of a Samuel Badri who bowls like spin, but most of his deliveries slide into you. Haven't really saw a Samuel Badji as a leg spinner for years spin the ball, as in bowl leg spin. But I tell you what, he was very successful doing what he was doing. Mastered his craft. Also was number 1 in the world at some point, playing internationally. So she reminds me of a little bit of a Samuel Badri, and if she can master it.
Very full delivery, and that's it. High in the air, should be out. No ball signal by the umpire. So it was high enough to be over waist height. But she would be disappointed with that, Aline. She would have thought that she could have gotten that maybe over the boundary.
Yeah, definitely too high. And we do understand, and not saying that we're making excuses, but still a little bit of Jew out there, Allenson, from the rain a while ago, so we do understand the dew factor. But it's a free hit now. Just asking the fielders inside the circle to use everything.
Yeah, for the viewers at home, you can change the field if a different batter is on strike. So they have done so. 3 fielders out on the onside, on the boundary, and long off in place as well. Coming back, strike. So wide delivery call by umpire Williams. Just looking to keep that one away from the swinging arc of the batter. As we were saying, St. Vincent just hiding that one.
Yeah, and it was a bit faster as well. All effort trying to get a dot delivery. They're trying to clear the boundary from the back.
It's a type of bowler, doesn't seem like she's very easy to pull. There's not a lot of bounce, and the ball tends to skid on based on what we are seeing. So it may be a shot that's a bit dangerous unless it's extremely short. Side changing the field now after the free hit. With Combash on strike. Square leg comes back up into the circle, so does the long off. So there's only the long on and the mid wicket out on the boundary. Short delivery again, looking to pull.
Looks like there's a... But we have to check that. It was short. Went back to try to pull, but hitting the bat twice.
Yeah, it's as I said before, it's not. She's not getting another bounce. So you saw how low Combash tried to get in order to try to pull that one.
Yeah, even though it was that short, it's sort of just skidding on.
She get at least one. Yes, they come back for the second. Nice throw, direct hit, but seems as if she's home. Is she? Oh, umpire Williams says no.
Well, this is magnificent. Wow. Electrifying hair from Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, it was hit straight out to the field at deep mid wicket. Yeah, Barbados tried to get to. It was a direct throw. Yeah, coming around nicely. A strong throw.
Look at it.
Yeah, straight. Looks a bit tight. Need to see it again.
Yeah, just slow it down at the end.
Yeah, if we can actually get it slowed down at the end. It was a direct throw. But guess what? She has to go. She has to go, Allenson. Trinidad and Tobago taking up another wicket.
Yeah, just asking for technicians just to slow down the end of that repeat just as the batter is going into the crease.
Yeah, she got to the ball nicely.
Fielder was Khan, just about there.
Yeah, looks out.
Looks
out from
looks
here.
out. Yeah.
It was a good decision.
Think a bit casual. The running was a bit casual.
It was a bit casual. Trinidad and Tobago is in the wickets again. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't really slide the bat. You need to slide it from the start of cricket, from primary school. They will always tell you, slide the bat from outside. But guess what? It's another wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. The score is 55 for 4 as we take a jinx break here. Yeah, new batter at the crease now for Barbados. Just before the water break, yeah, we had a bullet show from the fielder out there at long on. Yeah, she get it wrong really fast. Picked it up. A bullet show, direct hit. Barbados losing another wicket. Trinidad and Tobago looking nicely now. Nadia Mohammed is it ball in hand now. And to continue this session with me, Stacey and Adams. And how are you doing after having that nice bowl of lasagna that you were having in the back?
Why are you lying to the viewers, Kesrick? Hello, everyone. I'd love to have a nice bowl of lasagna, but perhaps a little bit later on tomorrow. It's a bit too late for that now, but a bit of brilliance in the field from Trinidad and Tobago, first with ball in hand from Brianna Haricharan, and then on the boundary from Amelia Khan. So Trinidad and Tobago fighting with this total that they put on the board. Shakira Selman bowled that last over. And I'll say she's playing as a batter, Kesrick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she has a lot of experience. Played for West Indies for a number of years. So with her batting at this position in the middle, it would only help to control the middle. Not a lot of runs to get. Remember, this is the 11th over. So she walked in with 10 overs to go, punch down the ground for one. She's off the mark now. Pretty sure that myself and Stacey and Adams, who is very familiar with Shakira Selman, we do a lot of work together. She would definitely want to impress us.
Yeah, it's more so for Shakira and Barbados at this point in time. I'll continue after this ball from Mohammed. Looking to drive that one through the covers, still in that pose, Nigel Cumberbatch, but not able to connect. I think it's about playing the situation. The awareness for the situation is very important. It's more balls remaining than runs. What you need to do is try and keep the scoreboard ticking and keep wickets in hand. Because if you allow Trinidad and Tobago to keep picking up regular wickets, nicely walked to the onside there by Nigel Cumberbatch. They'll pick up 2. So more of that is needed from Barbados. And Shakira Selman, she'll also bring some sort of calm to the middle. Just have Nigel Cumberbatch as the over comes to an end, 58 for 4. Keep looking up at the scoreboard and just letting her know what is required over by over. So far, you'll say that the game is in the balance, but that was a massive wicket, Alia Aline.
Yeah, kind of ruffles the feather for Barbados a bit. We saw in the last 2 games today, the one at 9:30 and the one at 2:30. Leewards and Jamaica, and Windwards and Guyana. Both teams, both innings was sort of stifled by spin, especially in the middle. Tonight, the ball is not really spinning much. It's sort of sliding on, and then with the dew effect. So you're not going to get a lot of spin tonight if you realize that the last couple of wickets from Brianna, the first over, everything came in. Nothing really spun away.
Yeah, she seems to bowl a lot of sliders and googlies, Brianna Haricharan. It's been quite effective so far. It's been straight at the stump, interspersed with a few of those sort of fuller deliveries. It has done a job for her team miserly so far and has picked up those very 2 important wickets.
Yeah, those 2 wickets put Trinidad in a position that they're a bit more comfortable, because it was a really good start from both batters for Barbados. Something that I find that is good about the Barbados team that wants us passing the outside edge of Kamabash is that they're really good with rotating the strike. Oh, nice, how nice. Just passing the outside edge, not looking to really spin it, is Brianna Haricharan.
Yeah, and it's the pace as well, very slow. That one much slow and just getting some drift to the offside.
So you would like what you're seeing from the Barbados batter, the technique that's on show. Yeah, this one short but keeping low. Did get some batter in it, is Kamabash. Hitting out to mid wicket, just a single. Well, what they need to do from here now, Stacey, as you mentioned, is not trying to play the big shots. Obviously, if the ball is there to be hit, or bad balls will definitely bowl. When the bad balls do come, you definitely dispatch those. But rotating the strike haven't been an issue for Barbados. Looks a much better unit this year, even though they're missing two of their stars in Dotting and Matthews. They're moving down the ground again is Salman using the crease. They're advancing, just hitting it back, but no run on offer. But she is one of those players that understand what is needed at this stage. I think I'm gonna walk with my jacket for next game, Stacey. It's a bit chilly here in St. Vincent. Not sure what's happening out there, but in the box it's definitely chilly. Yeah, it's the end of the over. Single to finish. The score is now 61 for 4.
Yeah, and that Duckworth Lewis is always somewhat of a guide. Yes, you can see that you need 37 from 48 balls. But the Duckworth Lewis being below where you are at this point in time, 61, Duckworth Lewis is at 56. So it's just a wicket or two away from leaping up. So Barbados, they have the game in control. It's just a matter of if these two can bat a bit deeper. Trinidad and Tobago, their bowling unit, they look up to the task. Important that Barbados eliminate the dot deliveries from here on out as well.
Yeah, so far so good for Nadia Mohammed. No sort of pace, but consistent in terms of her line and length. No one have really latched on to her. Love that. They're hitting it straight to the skipper. Good work from the skipper. They're diving to her right.
Yeah, they're switched on, Trinidad and Tobago, looking for every opportunity to pick up a wicket, and they almost had another one that would have been disastrous for Barbados. Yeah, impressive stuff so far. You mentioned Mohammed. No one has been able to get on to her. It's just knowing what your craft is. She knows that she's not expressed and just been looking to land it on a good line and length. Has been doing so quite well so far. That one a bit short. They go for a single, a better throw. Perhaps would have had Nijani Kamabachi in some trouble. She was late to take off to get that single.
Yeah, looking a little bit upset there is Kirby. It's one body can. It's Leanne Kirby. She's someone that moves around the field. You could have seen today when she came to bat, the urgency. She's that type of player as well. Looks to give 100%. Yeah, full toss this time. Hit down the ground. Would it be caught? Dropping short. It should have been a catch. Yeah, not too far in front of her at this point in time when you need everything. Yeah, it should have been a catch.
Yeah, it almost landed on her toes. If you look at the replay, it went straight up. She ran in, made the ground, and then just stopped at the last moment. Look at how close it was. Almost on her toes.
Yeah, after such a good feeling out there to get rid of the last wicket. Yeah, that one just falling short. Should have been a catch, I would say.
Yeah, she looks as if she's thinking about it. Just saying, looking at the replay, I probably could have done better, but that's gone now.
Still not a bad over by Nadia Mohammed. Yeah, definitely doing a job for Trinidad. And after her 4 overs, 16 runs, 1 wicket from Nadia Mohammed. A dot to finish her spell. The score is now 64 for 4. No sort of express pace, Stacey, but she bowled pretty well, wicket to wicket. She also picked up a wicket for Trinidad, but her line and length was spot on.
It looks as if we're going to have a change of ball as well. Wondering if there was some damage done to it. Or if it's... The umpire Jacqueline Williams and Maria Abbott.
Both umpires done international cricket. Jacqueline obviously from Jamaica. Maria Abbott is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, in the context of the game, Kesrick, I think this next over is so very important. 34 from 42. Barbados, they have to try and minimize the amount of dots that they face in the over. Because if they get it, the balls remaining and the runs that they require close to each other, that will certainly have Trinidad and Tobago up and about, thinking that they have one hand on victory in this game. It's going to be a change of bowling.
Yeah, it's very important to see what Trinidad is going to do for the next 3 overs or so, which is very important. It's very important who is going to bowl those overs.
Yes, so Samara Ramnath has a ball in hand. First over went for 11 runs. Ebony Brathwaite took a liking to her. She was a bit too short in that first over. Let's see what she has to offer in this second over of her spell.
Yeah.
That's a bit short, I think.
First
she
delivery.
got away with that.
Yeah, definitely too short, too wide. Definitely get away with that one. Shakira Selman would have normally dispatched those. Yeah, going down the ground is Selman going over mid-wicket. Should be an easy 2. Yeah, strong throw.
Yeah, she's used her feet well so far, Shakira Selman. You haven't seen a lot of the top order batters come down the track to the slower bowlers. It's a good method being employed here by the experienced Selman, usually known for her bowling, but is showing what she can do against a slower bowler so far in this innings.
Yeah, pulling again is Selman out to Khan. Do not want to run 2 to her.
Yeah, using the crease well. That time going deep in the crease. Selman.
And I think her game go as well is being able to understand what you're good at and really have matured. Now that we know her mostly as a bowler, but because she understands her game to a different level now, I guess that's the reason why she is using the bat a lot better. That's a quick single. I mentioned her being a commentator, and that in itself is going to help you to understand the cricket a lot more. I'm wondering if it's me, Stacey. You should not be going back to those sort of deliveries. Ramnath into the wickets. Her second over, picking up a wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. Selman has to go.
Yeah, that was smart bowling there from Ramnath. Just keeping the stumps in play, and that one was straight through her. Shakira Selman, the delivery that she faced before, she went deep into the crease, but she got the length to work with. That time a touch fuller, just sliding on, and she's gone. And Kesrick, I don't think Shakira Selman will take too kindly to you commentating to her when she's batting.
Yeah, I think I need to be off comms when she's batting. Yeah, there's no reason you should be back, my friend.
Yeah, seem to have kept a bit low as well. So the spinners, and there you go. She's saying, you know, I should have been forward to that, just playing it in front of me. Another wicket, a timely one as well. Trinidad and Tobago, they have a knack of picking up wickets when there seems to be somewhat of a partnership forming. Not big partnerships, but the batters looking to get in, looking as if they are set and in, and then they strike. So a good change of bowling by Karishma Ramarak. She probably would have been tempted to go to herself and try and get the wicket. She entrusted that delivery to Ramnath, and she's been successful in the over. So new batter is Alison Gordon. Not known much for her batting. Usually opens the bowling for Barbados. At the end of 14, Trinidad and Tobago, you'll say they're on top at this point in time, losing that wicket. Barbados 68 for 5.
Yeah, I mentioned the next 3 overs is crucial. At this moment now would have probably used someone with a bit more experience now, Trinidad. Someone like Leanne Kirby, who is with ball now in hand. She's someone that she hits the deck, bowls good slow balls.
Yeah, I was about to say Leanne Kirby, she runs in from a distance, but basically delivers it like a spinner. It's extremely slow, very hard to hit.
I guess that's what's tricking them.
So let's see what she has on offer this year, Leanne Kirby.
Yeah, surely understand what is needed. The pitch straight to the field at cover. Nadia Mohammed.
Yeah, they do have more spin options. Trinidad and Tobago, of course. Ramarak has one more over, but there's also young Shreya Jairam, a leg spinner. We haven't seen her in action tonight, perhaps won't either.
Yeah, this could be a catch. This could be a catch. Kang is under it. Kang is under it, and she takes it. She takes it. Kirby. Leanne, yes you can. Picks up her first wicket for Trinidad into the bowling attack and into the wickets immediately.
That's what we're saying. Leanne Kirby, she runs in, but she delivers it like a spinner. That one was flighted, Kesrick. Flighted. Nijani Kamabat thought, her eyes lit up and she thought, I'm going to go downtown. Didn't connect. Lost her shape. It was skied miles in the air. And on that occasion, Amelia Khan said, I got this. And she did. Taking A simple grab in the end, falling flat on her back. But made sure she hold on. Important strike. Nijani Komabach is gone. Basically the last recognized batter for Trinidad and for Barbados, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, well, after a stunner in the field, that run out, following up with a brilliant catch to remove Komabach. Yeah, it's your night, can enjoy it. Yeah, I did say these next 3 overs are very important. This is the second one of the 3 that I was mentioning. Kirby is one of those bowlers for Trinidad that I saw last year wreck teams in the middle and the back end.
Yeah, Shamilia Connell can hit the ball a long way, but it's a lot to do.
Don't get carried away now, Leon. Do not get carried away. You are good on the stump. If you stay there, you'll be fine. You don't want to be a Leon can't. You want to be a Leon can. And you're doing well. You can do it. We have seen you done it a few times last year. Yeah, and again, in the air. Square leg is coming around. Oh, dropped it. She dropped it. It's unbelievable. This would have been more trouble for Barbados. Brianna.
Yeah, Harry badly line delivery. Connell just looking to tuck it onto the outside, getting a top edge on the onside. It went miles in the air, and the way Trinidad and Tobago have been in the field tonight, I would not have hung my hat to say that one would have been dropped. This one is out to Corbina Alexander, who gets around quickly. Good throw, but two was always on. Yeah, but Harry Charan just putting that down. She's still thinking about it. Her hands are on her head. I just gotta look for the next opportunity.
Yeah, someone like O'Connell is not that type of batter that's gonna stick around and block. She's gonna go for it. Yeah, that was a chance. A wicket in that over again would have been very detrimental for Trinidad and Tobago. This one going down the leg side. Yeah, some work there for Ramnath. It's a bye.
Yeah, a few extras coming in this over so far. It's important to hold your nerves. We've seen that from those first 2 games. Barbados started well. They were running away with it in the power play. Trinidad and Tobago, they've hit back well. It's all about who finishes the game better.
Yeah, well forward is Connell. To end the over, a dot to end it. A successful over for Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, the score is now 75 for 6.
Yeah, we're back here. 75 for 6. It's turned into quite a dramatic game. You wouldn't have said that about an hour ago. I'm joined by Alanson Cruikshank.
Yes, good evening, Stacey, and good evening to our viewers.
It's short, it's on the stump. Oh, there's an appeal. The ball is running away though. The fielders in the meantime pick up 2. They're looking for a third. It's not on. But the fielders were really interested in that. Umpire Jacqueline Williams signal leg byes.
Just looking at the replay right here now. Oh, not that angle we need, but the front on angle is the one that we would have needed for that one. So we'll take a look shortly, but it was a close one because she was across to the off stump.
So Ramnath Flighted delivery, play and a miss. Cooper has quietly done an exceedingly good job behind the stump tonight, I must say.
Yes, we haven't mentioned her at all, so that means that she is doing an excellent job.
Yeah, she's just flighting it outside the line of the off stump. Alison Gordon looking to make something of it, but it's the lack of pace and these deliveries from Ramnath that's causing a bit of trouble. One flighted again, but this time on the leg stump. Misfield by Janaba Joseph, but it'll still be one. Somehow these two are keeping things interesting for Barbados. They've come out, they're showing intent, and also a number of extras have been bowled in the last 2 overs. And again, the extras, just mentioned it. A number of Ys, we've seen buys, we've seen leg buys. They don't need to play with their bat at this point in time, Alanson.
Yeah, they're really kind of giving up their ascendancy. They're in, I would say that they are probably the team that has a bit more pressure on them right now will be the Barbados team. But with all these extras, can quickly change.
Goes across the line, will get a single. So sweep shot seems to be the order of the day for Alison Gordon. She's attempted a few, got batter onto that one.
Well, if you don't know which way it's turning, that's the best way to combat it once the length is there for the sweep.
Then all of a sudden, they need 17 of 25 balls. This one is full. And I mentioned that she has some power. And Shamilia Connell dispatched that. It was a poor delivery served up on a buffet, and she feasted on that one to end the over. In style, I must say.
Yeah, that is not where you'd want to be bowling to Connell. Packs a punch, powerfully built. Got that over the boundary quite easily. Didn't even seem like she put much effort into it. Just made sure it came out of the middle. But that was a poor delivery and really just eased the pressure on the Barbados team that was being exerted by the Trinidadian bowlers and fielders. That means now that Barbados only need 11 runs. Only 11 runs. And the Trinidad need 4 wickets. But we've seen stranger things in cricket.
Indeed. When Selman was dismissed, I recall the score was they needed 30 from 34 deliveries. Now they just require 11 of 24 balls. So the game has flipped dramatically once more in favor of Barbados. Number of extras has really brought them back into this game. Skipper Ramarak, she's sweeping. They're appealing. She went off in celebration. Umpire Maria Abbott is unmoved.
It'll be interesting to see the replay. And she's bowling off spin. So, oh wow, oh my, that was a close one. She considers herself very fortunate to be there. Gordon.
Nicely driven there. Straight to the fielder. I'm with you there. She was already celebrating Karishma Ramarak, looking up to the heavens. Oh, that one misses everyone. And again, another extra to the tally.
Yeah, that one defeating Cooper now, so we have mentioned her name now behind the stump, but some bounce and some turn on that delivery. Yeah, that appeal was, you'd say that one was plumb. Only somebody fixing a pipe would be plumber. Some luck and fortune to the Barbados team.
More luck again going their way. Bit of an inside edge that time. No, they require just single figures. 9 runs required from 20 balls.
Well, the edge is part of the bat. If they didn't want it to have edges, they wouldn't make it with them. So, Connell will tell you whether it comes off the middle and goes for 6 or it comes off the edge. Still adds to my total. Ramara continues trying to pull something out of the bag in her last over for her team.
And she hasn't picked up a wicket. She has one more ball remaining to do just that, skipper Ramara. It's bowled well. Batters haven't been able to get at her tonight. But we really love a wicket here to help our team get to victory. Alison Garden connects well. Yes, she does. 4 more runs. And they just require 5 runs. Marching on to victory. Barbados with these 2 bowlers known for their bowling, showing the top order how to do it. 93 for 6, 17 overs bowled.
It's a shot that she favors. She can both live by and die by it. So this one was full enough. He got it in front of square. Was well timed. At one point, Alexander seemed to have it covered, but was defeated by the bounce in the end. She'll be disappointed with that effort. She would think that she should have covered that based on the feeling that we have seen from her so far today.
It's Harry Charan with ball in hand. Is there another twist in this game, Alison? I think we've seen it all tonight. At one point in time, it looks as if, okay, job done, Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago fought back well. And here we are again, Barbados in pole position to take this game home. Harry Charan with her last over. Nicely played down the ground. Well in control that time, Shamilia Connell.
Yes, Khan seems to be the gun feeler for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Haven't seen her before this tournament, but she came around and intercepted that one quite neatly, and we saw the direct hit from her from the long on position earlier in the game. That catch at long on earlier as well of Cumberbatch. So.
Yeah, he's a really good outfielder, Amelia Khan. Seem to identify their outfielders very quickly. If Cooper wasn't behind the stumps, you would have probably seen her on the boundary as well.
We also saw a brilliant stop from the captain a couple overs ago at mid-wicket on that occasion.
There's an appeal. Did it get some bat onto it? The appeal wasn't quite convincing, so perhaps she did get some bat onto it. We'll love to see the replay. Outside the line, though.
Yeah, she's actually facing up maybe on middle and off in terms of the guard. So it's an interesting guard. So you see there, she seems in an orthodox position in terms of her guard being around middle and leg, and then she takes a step across before the bowler releases the ball. So she's just around her off stump by that time.
Yes, play and a miss. An appeal for stumping. She dismissed. She's dismissed. That was quite sedate. It was an appeal for stumping. I did not see the umpire raise. Did she raise her finger? But Alison Gordon, she's walking back. And they pick up another wicket out of nowhere. So more drama here. 4 runs required from 14. And Alison Gordon.
Did she trod on her stump?
In fact, she's hit her wicket.
Hit wicket, exactly.
We've seen that twice tonight. That is amazing, Alison.
Yeah.
It was Brianna Haricharan herself who stepped on her wicket, and Alison Gordon hit her wicket with her bat. I was wondering what happened there.
Yeah, you could see in her back lift as the bat comes down right onto the top of the off stump. He just turns around in shock, really. So the wickets keep tumbling. Still of interest, the outcome of this game. Hasn't been decided just yet. 3 wickets in the hot still for the Barbados team, and they need 4 more runs.
Yeah, I'm loving this fight that I'm seeing from both teams. Tiani Herbert Mears, new batter. Gets a full one and just plays it back to Brianna Haricharan, who finishes with exceptional figures: 4 overs, 19 dot deliveries, 8 runs, and 3 wickets.
Yeah, she bamboozled the middle order earlier in the game, and since then she has bowled quite miserly. They were not really able to get a hold of her, and the mystery behind her bowling, they didn't seem to be able to pick which way it was going, and as a result, she was able to really get among the Barbadian batters. She also maintained a very good line. I don't recall her bowling that many wides or deliveries off the stump. I think probably about half of her deliveries were hitting the stump. So she was bowling that threatening line and length, which brought her those rewards. So 4 overs, 3 for 8 for Brianna Haricharan.
Yeah, so Amrita Ramtahal is very expensive tonight. Has the job of bowling the penultimate over. 4 runs required. Shamilia Connell with a 6 to her name already on strike. Precious dot delivery to start. You look at this game and you think, job done Barbados, but the way the pendulum has swung tonight, you just don't know what's going to happen until it's done, Alanson.
I'm going to call it and say the game is going to finish in this over, either way.
Yeah, I think that really hurt Trinidad and Tobago tonight. The extras really hurt them. They look back on this game in the position that they were in. A number of extras were served up. And here we go again. After that first dot delivery, bowling a wide. And now it's down to 3. A change of field. Mid-on is now in the circle. Just one fielder out. Kirby on the mid-wicket fence. Kirby and Alexander. It's a good delivery to follow up. Can she bowl 4 more of those?
That's an interesting action. Seemed to angle the ball back into the right-hander.
Yeah, with the field set the way it is, Shamilia Connell will be saying, I just need to connect on 1. Because long on is in, and that's the area that she's favored. Long on and mid-wicket. And there you go. Great connection, and that will be that for Barbados. Holding your nerve was so important in this game, and Barbados are the ones who come out victorious in the end. Never look panicked when Alison Gordon and Shamilia Connell came together in the middle. Shamilia Connell in the end taking them to victory.
Well, they had a very decent opening partnership, the Barbados team. That opening partnership between Brathwaite and Holder, Trishan Holder, taking them into the 40s before the first wicket fell. And from there on, the Trinidad and Tobago women's team, they just exerted a lot of pressure on the Barbados team. We saw a little partnership at some point between Aline and Cumberbatch, and a few other short partnerships here and there. But it just seemed as if there was enough work done in that first partnership at the rate at which they scored, so that there wasn't a lot of scoreboard pressure on the others, even though wickets were falling to go too hard at the bowling.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Credit to Ebony Brathwaite, the way she took on the bowlers in the power play, and Trishan Holder, who held out for quite a long time. They were up to 40-something, I think, when that partnership was broken, about 43 or so. Yeah, but Trinidad and Tobago, they look back and I mentioned the extras, and I think that really took the game away from them because when they looked as if they were in control, especially when they lost Shakira Selman and Nigel Cumberbatch back to back, you'll be thinking to yourself, okay, I got this. But I think Alison Gordon and Shamilia Connell, they really came in and displayed some batting pedigree. Credit to them.
Yeah,
Congratulations to Barbados.
Yes, congratulations to Barbados. Just looking at a bit of highlights here from the innings. Seeing some of the shots from Cumberbatch early in that opening partnership. Brathwaite, sorry. And there she goes again over mid-wicket. She hit 2 sixes in that area. Just beyond Alexander the fielder. And just at this point, the dismissal came from the bowling of Mohammed. Just trying to be a bit too cheeky on that occasion. Holder. Bowled, looking to play behind square on the offside. And that was a big wicket, the massive wicket of Brathwaite. She was going great guns, but just seemed to be struggling a little bit against the off spinner, against the spinners in general. And there we had the wicket of Calendar. Dismissed very soon afterwards. So that was 2 wickets in the same over from Harry Charan. Then we had the run out of the skipper, and then I think that this wicket is really what kind of set the cat amongst the pigeons just a little bit for the Barbados team. And I think at this point as well that the Trinidad team were very hopeful, Trinidad and Tobago were very hopeful that they had a chance. Yet another wicket. Selman dismissed. Flatter delivery. And then the wicket of the last recognized batter, which was Cumberbatch. But at the end there, for Barbados, they had the experience of Connell, who was able to strike a few lusty blows to get them over the line. That was the first. Went for 6 over the mid-wicket region. And then she was able to finish off the game a few overs later, after he saw the striker as well from Gordon. Swept, just beating Alexander's dive. And then Gordon was dismissed. Hit wicket. In the process of playing that shot, she just hit the top of her middle and off stump. And then this was the last hit of the game, the winning runs of the bat of Shamila Connell over long on. And the Barbados, they have won this fixture against their arch rivals Trinidad and Tobago by 3 wickets. We have some more games tomorrow, Stacey. Have a few more games, not tomorrow, on Thursday. And the first game at 9:30, we'll see Barbados taking on Jamaica. And that should be very interesting after Barbados won today, and Jamaica came close, but they lost. And then in the second game, we have Windwards versus Trinidad. 2 teams that didn't win their first fixture. And then in the last fixture, on the Thursday, we'll have the Guyana team playing against Leewards, the 2 teams who were victorious today as well in the first round. So quite a bit of action to come yet in the tournament this year.
Yeah, it was an interesting day's play, and the thing that I took from it, and I mentioned it, holding your nerve is so important. Doing the right things for a longer period of time, right to the end, is so important in the shorter format of the game. And you saw that today in all of the games, really. Windward Islands, they looked as if they were going to win, ended up losing. Jamaica, they had that solid partnership with Taylor and Shadi Nation, and when that partnership was broken, similarly with Windward Islands, Guyana, when Afi Fletcher and Janelia Glasgow was batting, when that partnership was broken as well. But Barbados, the only team to win today chasing, and that was because they had someone like Shamilia Connell who trust her game and executed it well, come to the back end, and also, of course, Trinidad and Tobago just giving it away at the back end with the number of extras that they give to them.
And I want to say something here as well, Stacey. I have noticed it. These first games today, all 3 games, any one of the 6 sides could have won these games. And it is showing that in terms of the tournament, that we should have an interesting tournament going ahead because anybody can beat anybody on the day.
Yeah, it was really close. And Leeward Islands beat Jamaica today, and you can't even call that an upset. The way Leeward Islands come out to play, because last year they beat Jamaica as well. And I must say, of all the teams today, I was really impressed with the intent shown by Leeward Islands early on. Impressed with young Ebony Brathwaite, the way she came out and took on the bowlers early. Yeah, of course, we know that dot ball percentage, that will linger. But a good start to the tournament so far here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, and definitely, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the tournament. On behalf of the commentary team here today, Stacey and Ed Adams and Keswick Williams, it is me here, Alanson Cruikshank, saying good night and good evening to all our viewers. And we'll see you on Thursday when the first match will be Barbados taking on Jamaica. Have a good evening.